Hey, howdy doody. I hope everyone's doing well today. So, I started, I don't know, I started this maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago, and she's still downloading. I was under the false impression that whenever I downloaded the game, that I downloaded the game, but apparently I only had downloaded a portal to download the game. We finally arrived, Necro. We finally arrived. Approximately 15 billion years after you bought me Lobotomy Corporation, we finally arrived to the part of the game where we get to compile shaders. Now, I already finished the first, like the bar has already filled up to full once, and now it's saying downloading retry 2. I don't know what that means. Does that mean that it's retrying the download, or does it mean that there's a portion of the game called retry 2 that we have to download? I don't know, but I sat down at I started the stream, or I started downloading this like 15 to 20 minutes ago, and then I started the stream a little bit ago, and I was like, well, I don't want to just sit here idly on the stream starting soon screen. I already read all of the I think it's 9, yeah, all 9 of the little snippets of info, but for fun, let's go ahead and read what we very likely already know. The network is unstable. Please check your internet connection. You're joking me, right? You're joking me, right? Just a second. I need to go see about plugging in with a wired connection. Honestly, ridiculous. I'm just gonna say, like, what are you doing? Why why are you like this? Why are you this way? To just shut down, to just be like, actually, go fuck yourself. Your internet's stupid, dog. I don't love that. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love that. I already did this. You're gonna start from the beginning? Are we gonna do this all the way from the beginning again? I have 4.4 gigabytes of data. We're doing this from the beginning again. What? Okay. What the actual fuck? Yeah, so I plugged in the wired connection. I most certainly have, I'm gonna go check real quick. I most certainly have 4.44 gigabytes of data available. I don't have 4.4 gigabytes of data available, actually. As a matter of fact, I don't have that much data available. Just give me a second, I'll fix it. I'm gonna have to trim some fat here. I thought whenever I downloaded the game and installed the game that I had downloaded and installed the game. I certainly would have never expected the game to require me to download a whole nother game. Yeah, playtime 14 minutes, my asshole. I wonder if this is why the playtime gets so bloated or so inflated for people playing this game, because the majority of time that they're spending is in this update window. Sometimes when the game updates, it wants you to download the entire oh my god. Why are you doing this? Why are you people doing this to me? Project Moon people. It must be like a misery loves company kind of thing, right? That's got to be what it is. I don't want to turn my camera back on right now because I'm still I'm still poking around my files. I'm turning stuff off. Deckard. You suicidal moron. Yeah. I'll bet Sifa never taught you this one. Griefing your friends. Yeah, I'm trying to get Xbox to launch now, and it's just not, it's not having it. because I'm gonna delete a game off of my Xbox. Who's a what's it? But still, like, come on, game. I think this is one of the very few experiences I've ever had with a game where it's straight up is like, hey, listen, do you have this much space? And I'm like, I don't know. Can't you check? Why you gotta make me go check? And then the game's like, all right, well, if you click the next button and you don't have enough space, you're gonna be in trouble. Is that okay? I'm like, all right, sure. And then I've never had that happen before. It always like checks to make sure that there's enough space before it starts downloading. This is literally every time I try to play Path of Exile. Shit. All right, well, I don't know. The bar's almost full again, so let's see. Did you do it? Oh no, now it's downloading retry 2. It's going a lot faster this time. Did you do it? Did you do the thing? Okay, now it's downloading resources. 0 of 4. Ah. Okay, so I guess what we're gonna... God damn it. All right. I guess I'm gonna try this again, and if I can't get this to work, I'm gonna be both really irritated, and I think I'm gonna bail and try something else, because I like I don't know, I like if the game won't work, I don't know what to do. My internet connection is not unstable, Limbus Company. My internet connection is not unstable. I'm literally streaming right now, and I have many such cases where I've played online games without needing to do anything like this. This is absolutely insane. Wow. I don't know what it wants me to do. It literally won't run. It just won't run. I'm gonna do a net test, like a speed test. What the hell? It's you guys can see me, and or you can't see me, but you guys can hear me, right? Like, I'm not going insane. I think my laptop might be taking a shit on itself. I'm very confused. I use this wired connection for my Xbox constantly. And now, for whatever reason, the wired connection plugged into my laptop is not working. Happy Homosexuals Day. And, you know, other people in the gay community, the queer community, the L's and the G's and the B's and the T's, the Q's, the I's, the A's and the pluses. Wow, welcome, wow. Happy month. Happy month of all things mystical and wondrous. Especially the gays. Yeah, I don't I don't know what the actual hell is going on. I don't have an internet connection apparently. I don't know why this wired cable is just not working. I'm just gonna unplug it. I've used that same wired connection for my Xbox for ages, and it's had no problems at all on my Xbox, but now my laptop can't handle it. Let me see. I'm gonna reconnect to my Wi-Fi. I'm going to reconnect Limbus, and we're going to give this one more try. And if I can't get Limbus Company to work, then it's dead forever, and it's not my fault. You saw it. You all saw it. Limbus Company held a gun to my head and made me feel uncomfortable. So I quit. Hard Stuck Canto 7. There's a fight that crashes the game. That's fun. You love to see it. So why did you say happy birthday? Is it because of Pride Month, or is it for some other reason? It's not my birthday. Because your phone is a piece of shit. I was wondering whenever I first launched this game, I was like, oh my god, this is a phone game, isn't it? This genuinely continues to stack up against the game. Like the things just keep stacking up. It's a phone game. It's a gacha game. It is gagging on its own internet connection. I haven't had any of these issues other than lag the day they swapped engines recently. It's allegedly a phone game. Wild Hunt Heathcliff will overheat your phone. Settings. Is there no way to make this full screen? Isn't there like a alt enter? There we go. Okay. God damn. Okay. We go. Yeah, there's a full screen. I alt enter does it. Do you see now? You can't run from us. You dare interrupt me just as I was engraving the blank? You must be out of your... technically speaking, I can tell you that our master's plan doesn't really break any of the city's taboos. It's just the kind of thing that no one has ever dared to even consider attempting. You catch my drift? It's not technically illegal. It's just nobody's depraved enough to have thought about it. You managed to get a different head in so fast. That's what she said. Are people like you always prepared for anything? Just wait till I get the blank. The likes of you will be no match for... What the fuck is this? And it says me. This is me? Oh my god. I already don't like it. I guess that new noggin doesn't come with a mouth, huh? Oh my god. Why is that me? Yep, all I can hear is the clock ticking. You think they're screaming on the inside? The ticking's gotten faster, so I guess they can still feel pain. Damn it, why am I being attacked? Why am I being attacked? I just woke up. Not good. Memory decay already? The blank was done too quick. They've gone quiet already. Let's get this over with. No one ever comes here, Wolf. There are no eyes on us, so what's the hurry? We must follow her teachings. No wasting time. Yeah, but can't we just savor the moment? We're not going to get another chance to off someone of this caliber. You have a tendency to grow far too emotional on a job, Lion. Don't mix business with pleasure. Shame, I still wanted to have a look at your face. I reckon you won't tell us where your star is, yes? Like hell I am. I'm taking Blank's location to the grave with... Damn it. Where was Blank supposed to be again? My memories are fading too quickly. Right, no mouth. They literally just asked him questions like a bit ago and the ticking just kept going. And then they're like, oh, that's right, you don't have a mouth. Can I end them now? What's that noise? You let yourself get tailed, Panther? No, there wasn't anyone who could have tracked me. Just a wild animal, perhaps? That doesn't sound like any animal I can think of. That's... a bus? How did it even end up here? It's a limb bus. Must have taken a wrong turn. They're about to pay quite a hefty price for that wrong turn. Did Lion just get pushed back? You just got hit by a bus, my friend. If my eyes are still right, then you will not fail to reach the port of glory. Who are you? That nameplate says Faust? You've lost your way in a dark forest. Is it the Dark Forest though?
하지만 당신은
Yet you were not
두렵지
overcome with
않았어요.
fear. Why was that? Reading is cringe. No, some guy. I haven't read up on my classic lit, and you can't make me. You can't make me. I will infer whatever I want from the words. Because I could simply lift my head to find the
그래요.
star. If 100%ing Resident Evil Revelations 2 couldn't make me read Kafka, this game is not going to make me read classic lit.
이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서 제가 하는 말을 마음으로 외치세요.
Now keep revisiting that image and let your heart speak these words aloud.
너의 별을
Follow your
따라가.
star. It's Jover. Follow your star. At that moment, I felt a sudden thump in my head, followed by the sensation of multiple chains penetrating. Ooh. G-herk-ad.
걱정하지 마세요.
Please don't worry. Your heart
정말로
is
심장이
still
못 쓰게
functional,
된
though it may
게
feel
아니니까.
otherwise.
이것으로
With this, the
계약은
pact is sealed.
완료되었을 때
Dante, from this
이제
day
저희는
forth, we
당신의
are
시간에
bound to your time.
기속되었습니다.
Dante? What do
이제
you...
저희의
The
심장이
beating of our
먹고
hearts
뛰면
now depends on
당신의
where your
시각이
hands
잘
fall.
부탁드려요.
Hope you'll make a fine leader. Hour?
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
Is that really everything?
사과 한 알이 떨어졌어.
A single apple has fallen.
이
The sky's
사람은
still not
아직도
making any
이상한 소리만
sense.
찌뿌둥해. 이제 움직여도 되는 거지?
Jeez, the way it's killing me. Are we finally getting some
뭐,
action? Well, a
몸을
little warm
풀어보는
up
것도
wouldn't hurt.
나쁘진 않겠지.
I like the uniform.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지? 우리의 마지막 대원이 될 자인가?
What's a miserable thing writhing on the ground? Are they going to be the newest addition to the squad? You might want to watch your
말
language. I
조심하는
heard
게
that's soon
좋을걸.
to be
습격은
boss.
순식간이었을 텐데.
The uniform looks good. It's
숨겼군요.
I mean, it's giving me like semi SS, which all the war crimes and everything aside, Hugo Boss was cooking with the outfits. They were good looking. It must have been an instant ambush, yet you still managed to hide your head. There's a VTuber that played this game and took off the jacket. It's straight up just a bartender's outfit. A bartender's outfit? Who are you people, and what's up with the
우리는
bus?
당신을 돕기 위해
We're the
찾아온
heralds of
정의의
justice who have come to
사자들이고
aid you, and this is the magical bus
이건
that can take us wherever we
원하는
wish to go. Justice, bus,
그런 대답을 바라는 거
I'm just as
아니었어요?
equally confused as
그렇게
Dante is.
생각하는 쪽이
Is that not what you wanted to
많게는
hear? You'll feel more at ease that
시간도
way.
없고
We're racing
유리한
against
상황도
time, and the
아니니까
situation isn't in our favor.
천천히.
So let me
하지만-
explain this once. I would have loved an explanation. So let me get this straight. As long as I do what you say, those complete strangers who I've never met before will fight in my stead.
맞아요.
Correct. So long as you give them the right orders. Right then. Let's slaughter these shitheads. Go back where I was. To where I was. And... what was I doing? Where was I even supposed to go back to? I was right on the cusp of an extremely important moment. Something I was never supposed to forget.
진정해요.
Calm down. It's
그
only
머리도
natural that the new
기억이
head would have
온전하리라.
adverse effects on your
지금은
memory.
눈앞에 놓인
Focus on
전투에
the struggle at
집중하죠,
hand,
한테.
Dante.
혹시
I'm not sure
뭐라고
how I
불러야
should
할지
address you.
시계
Would
지휘관님?
Commander Clock suffice?
아무튼
In any case, we await your
서울
orders.
명령까지야. 각계 전투밖에 답이 없지
Seems
않나?
like going one-on-one is the only way.
저기
쑥덕대고 있는 거야.
You lot quit your prattling.
쓰러뜨리면 그만이잖아.
We just need to crush them all. All right. I think I got this guy's deal.
최선을 다해주세요, 단테.
Do your best, Dante. I guess I don't have any other choice. Or I mean, kind of like a bartender, or if the jacket comes off, kind of look like a I want to say like a God, like a person who's trying to look well-to-do but going to the club. I guess I don't have any other choice. Like an edgelord at the club. Are we fighting now? Okay, so let's learn the basics of combat. What did they do to my combat? Please direct your attention to the dashboard. You'll be using the dashboard to relay your commands to the sinners. Each sinner's skill is on the dashboard. The control scheme is simple. Simply drag from left to the end of the dashboard to the right and to chain the skills, and you're ready to enter the combat phase. Okay. Press and hold the gear on the left on the dashboard to grab the chain. It wants me to do it this way. Press the gear on the right to start the
금방
combat phase.
다녀올게.
Can I just say, I much prefer, and this is just at a knee-jerk reaction. I much prefer the key pages and the pages. Having more of an individual control over actions felt better. That is how the manager issues your orders. Let's try that again. Look at the dashboard, grab the chain from the left gear, and connect the skills along the guiding line to command us to use them. Grab and drag the chain from the left gear, thread it through the skills you want to use, connect to the chain, or select the right gear. All the important fights in this game don't use the fuck-ass auto-targeting. Runa is the objectively better game, gameplay-wise, story-wise, they're on par. It is like telling me to use these skills, right? Like it's guiding me along this pathway.
적들을 제거하겠어.
The character art is really cool. Is you know, pretty and stuff. What does that say at the bottom? Gluttress. Now please issue a command. I was gonna do that anyway. Do we get any info on the enemy? Can I like choose? I get like nothing if I hover over shit. I want to be able to choose, because the only thing I can see is we've got blunt attacks, we've got slash attacks, and we've got piercing attacks. I want to be able to choose something that's going to be a good combo for what I'm fighting up against, but I don't know what I'm fighting up against. So I don't know if slash, pierce, or whatever is going to be better, or blunt. I have no idea.
행동을 개시합니다.
And I guess I don't get to know what their health bar is either.
좋아, 간다.
Wow, we're just getting fucked up. Well, you're dead, so get wrecked, I guess. You shouldn't have listened to me. Somebody did say it. They were like, why should we should just like 1v1 and be our own bosses, right? Like Enterprise Rent-A-Car gives you the tools to be your own boss. Okay.
이해가 되지 않는군. 이런 것들에게
I don't
사자가
get it.
당했다.
These nobodies managed to take Lion down.
잠깐만.
Whoa, hang on.
방금까지
I know
싸웠던
this is kind of
사람의
weird
말이
coming from
그렇지만
someone you were just fighting,
이건
but I'm
대화로
pretty
풀
sure
수
we can talk this out. It looks like
이건
you're cooked, my friend.
이상적이지 않소.
This is not ideal. I know it was a
처음부터
ridiculous
말이
idea
안
to
되는
put up a
싸움.
fight up against them. Yep, Ishmael.
다들
Well,
장난해?
your
난
first
시작도-
problem was you listened to the guy who literally just woke up with his head being a clock. Are you all kidding? I haven't even started, she says immediately before getting skewered and dying. What the hell? You said you'd fight in my set. They did. They never promised they'd be good.
그리고
And it
저만
seems that
남았네요.
I'm the only survivor. Okay, so you meant for this to happen? You've got an ace up your sleeve, haven't you? Not necessarily an ace. No, this is simply
별을.
about following the star.
단체로
And she dies
자살놀이라도
too.
하는 건가?
Is this
썩
supposed to be a
유쾌하진
mass
않군.
suicide or something? It's a rather unpleasant display. What am I supposed to do? Arriving with that fanfare only to die like flies? I can't remember a thing about the past since I repeated what she said. Is this how I die?
내게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Deliver this message to the
이건
serpent
막을
false
수
lion.
없는
This is a flow that cannot be stopped.
붉은색.
The red, but why?
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나?
Man with red eyes. He's the new red. He's the new colored fixer. Not, you know what I mean. He's the new color, or he's the new red. Do you know why I only had those two dismembered?
그래야
Because one of you needs
사지멀쩡한
to be
네가
intact to
저들을
carry the
데리고
rest and scram
가동지동
pell-mell out
이곳을
of here.
달아난 팔과
And you're
다리를
the only one left
대체해줄
to offer them
놈이.
any help.
그렇게
red
노려보지
gaze.
마. 네
There must
놈들이
always be a
해놓은
red.
짓에
Well, of
비하면
course. Yeah.
별것도 아니잖아.
He being their guy, that guy, but yeah. Don't glare at me like that. This is nothing compared to
그
what you did.
정도 부상이면
With wounds like those, I'm sure your
위에서도
boss will
충분히
recognize the
할
effort
일을
you put in.
했다고
Consider
생각할
them a
것
badge of
아니면
honor, unless
여기서
you want to meet your end
명줄을
here. Who are you? Are you one of them? You're too late. They're already here.
건
I'm not
아무것도
late for
없습니다.
anything, Dante.
우리에게
We
필요한
only
건
need
되돌릴
a little time to
시간뿐이니까.
rewind. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by an excruciating stab of pain in my chest, as though my heart were being torn asunder. Who speaks like that? Followed by flashes in the ribs, intestines, stomach, and lungs. Gah! I couldn't even tell where the pain was coming from anymore. I let out a cry of pure agony as I felt my body twisting and breaking open. You girl. My consciousness fading, the only thing I could perceive was the sight of mutilated bodies around me inexplicably regenerating.
앞으로도 끝내주게
You're in for one hell of a
고통스러울
painful
겁니다,
ride from here on out,
Dante.
Dante. And the voice of the man with the red eyes. The red gaze is the focus of the spin-off web series Leviathan. That's fun. I hear a beast howling from somewhere. It cries ceaselessly as, is it wailing out of hunger or they're being itchy witchy? Are they up?
드디어 정신을
Awake at
차렸군.
last. I would have been a tad disappointed if you'd croaked on us. Refreshing morning. This is Charon, the bus driver.
아침은 아니지만
It's not
상쾌하긴
morning,
했어.
but I suppose it could be refreshing. How do you feel,
기분이 어떠-
Dante? Well, I
찌각거리는군.
tick-tocking like a clock.
의사소통이 안
This
되는
language
건
barrier will
제법
be quite a
곤란한데
hassle.
저는
You may call me
베르기리우스라고 합니다.
Vergilius.
이 말이 제대로
If you can
들린다면
hear me, Dante,
뭐?
give me a sign. I gave him a quick nod. He didn't seem
좋아.
hostile.
듣는 것엔
At least your
문제가
hearing is
없군.
functional. Time to drive, Charon.
출발할게. 부릉.
Vroom vroom. I can't be sure if I've ever ridden such a vehicle in the past,
당신이
so you're an
누구였는지는
elitist.
기억합니까?
Take public transportation. Vroom vroom. Do you remember who you were? No, I don't. I had been reminded that my head was now a clinking mechanism of
원래
sorts.
기억을
I suppose you
되찾고
want your
싶겠-
memory back, don't you? Yeah, sure, why not?
아, 매끄럽군.
Smooth as it gets.
다들 이렇게
What's to stop the rest of you
몸짓으로만
from
말하면
adopting
안
this
되는
gesture-based
건가? 어떻게
communication?
생각하지?
What do you think, Miss Faust?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요.
Faust will respectfully decline.
저희가 매끄럽게
Faust will
몸을
also
움직일 수 있는
speak of
상황이
herself in the third
그렇게
person.
많지는 않을 것 같으니까.
I find it unlikely that the situations ahead will permit us the physical liberty for smooth gesture-based communication. Her silver hair, glistening even without sunlight, gives off a rather mysterious
Dante.
air. Dante. Come to think of it, the man with the red eyes has been calling me that too.
단테는
Have you
당신
not caught
이름이에요.
on that your name is Dante and
이름까지
everybody has
잊으셨군요.
been referring to you as Dante since you woke up with your headache? It might be the fact that it's your name. I'm starting to get the feeling that we're stupid. Like actually a dumbass. I'm like what is going on? The amnesia must be affecting you rather severely. Sure looks like it. That doesn't sound familiar at all.
익숙해질 거랍니다.
You'll get used to it in time. Wait, you can understand me? The group that attacked me earlier, and that Vergi, or whatever he's called, seems to hear nothing but ticking from me.
파우스트에게는 제대로
Faust
된
can hear
단어가
what you intend to
들린답니다.
speak. Third person again. It'd be one thing if she just spoke in third person, but the fact that she's swapping back and forth between third and first person is kind of annoying me. You actually can, but how? I don't even have a real
그런
mouth.
구시대적인
Assumptions of
발상은
yesteryear
머리를
must be
바꾸어서
one
생긴 건가요?
of the side effects that came with your head replacement.
성대나 혀 따위의
It's
발성기관이
anachronistic
있어야만
to that
대화를
vocal
할 수
organs,
있다는 건
such as the chords or tongue,
시대착오적인
are
이야기죠.
necessary for one to communicate. Anachronistic, right. Never considered that.
당신의 말은
You can limit the
한 사람에게만 보낼 수도
recipient
있고
of your words to one person or
모두에게
choose to
전달할
speak
수도
to
있고
everyone at once. A little
모두라는 말은
clarification. The scope of
수정해야겠군요.
everyone is limited to the
수감자.
sinners.
당신의
The
뒤에
people
앉아있는
seated behind you,
방금까지
the very same who
당신을
fought in your
대신해서
stead
싸운 사람들을
until mere moments ago. So thou art the final piece that completes our journey's cast. How I've yearned for this
형씨,
moment.
머리
Where'd you
돈
sell your
어디다가
old
팔아놓은
cranium off?
당신이었군요.
So it was
당신
you.
덕에
Thanks for putting my spine
박살나있던
back into
척추가
piece.
말끔하게 돌아왔어요.
Were you a
혹시
surgeon or something in
궁지에서
this?
의사 일이라도 했나요?
You'd have to be pretty dumb to replace your head with a clock. I mean, I'm gonna say yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be explained later. There's a reason for everything, right? I don't know that it's necessarily like, I don't know that it's one of those things that might be intentional. Like he just decided to do like a clock on his head, or maybe he was like, I need the power to win, and the monkey's paw curled, and then he had a clock on his head.
다들
Keep your mouth
닥쳐라.
shut. Nothing's more unpleasant than hearing a cacophony of noises. Now, a brief introduction is in order. I'll give you the time to make yourselves known, starting with the one seated in the very front.
왜
Speak.
이종은 항상 앞자리부터인지.
Why is always the ones in the front that go first? I'm sick of taking the lead. I heard you were going to be our boss, or yeah, our manager.
그래.
Yep, which is
그래서
why I
어떤
was
인물인지
real
굉장히
curious to meet you, and it's always tough to choose the right
머리
words.
돈 어디
Don't know what
팔아먹는지
you did with your old
모르겠지만
head, but I guess everyone's got a
나는
story to
그레고르라고
tell.
한다.
I'm Gregor. We're in this
잘
together,
부탁한다고.
manager bud. They took those words and put them at the top. I'm Gregor. We're in this together, manager bud. This sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. However, an upsurge of emotion or sudden change of environment may cause parts or the whole of his body to transform into insectile, notably akin to a carapace resembling that of the blank tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obliged to be nice, we recommend keeping your facial expressions in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. He sometimes uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with, and you can get around him without much difficulty as long as you learn the knack of it.
그래.
Source book
양반이
metamorphosis,
뭐야,
Franz
양반이.
Kafka.
이제부터 우리한테 엄청난 돈을 가져다
What's
줄
that thing
사람한테
that he started to turn into an insect so he couldn't work, and his family was like quietly urging him to kill himself because he was becoming a burden? They aren't just your bud or pal. You're talking to the person who will make us
Greg?
filthy rich. Greg? Rich? What's that about?
양반보다는
Let's see. What's better to call you? Dante. I
이름으로
hope you don't
부를게.
mind us being on a first name
당신도 나를
basis. You can
로제라고
call me
불러.
Rodia, too. The unfortunate traits of being Backstreet's born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so it's advised to pay close attention to her as the manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or a silly joke. We recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you're her superior. Her mood may be down at regular intervals. There's nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so we recommend waiting for it to pass. His dad screams at him and throws apples at him. They're kind of dicks.
난 당신이 우리의
Rude.
관리자가 된
I think there's
이유가
a
있답니다.
good reason you became our
분명
manager. I'm sure you
원래는
used to be a big shot back in the
사람이었겠지.
nest, right?
그때
When your old
버릇을
habits start
조금만
coming back,
내비쳐도
we'll be that
우리한테
much
돈이
closer
주르륵
to
들어올
rolling in the
생각을
dough.
하니?
Foo-hoo. She sure is an extrovert, I'll give her
아차,
that.
내 정신
Oh
좀 봐.
gosh, look at me keeping on. Hey
Yeah.
kid, you're up next.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
아우, 시시해.
Oh, boring.
그게 끝.
That's it. Sinclair, that's my name. He's a little baby. Even with the volatile nature of a human growth around his age taken into consideration, the sinner seems to get particularly startled or frown when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat at the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as split innards at first. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we recommend taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself isn't aware of. This is a hopeful sign that he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. This boy looks awfully corruptible, unnerved. Did he even join this company of his own accord? Is there anything else I need to say? This is my first corporate job.
뭐 앞으로 남은
You'll learn
날은
the ropes
많을
in the
그럼
coming
거기
days.
그 짝친구가
How about you
다음
next, nerdy
이상이다.
pal? I'm Yi Sang. I'm Yasad coded, and I won't apologize for it. Formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing, This sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversations with the sinner will prove difficult for managers selected by our current screening process. Avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk on its own. However, if the sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he's currently processing a line of deliberate thought. We recommend waiting patiently for him. He's a little bitch. Yasad is way fun. I said Yasad coded. Nobody can replace you, boy. That's it.
이상이요.
No smoke and mirrors. I waited for him to see if he was being witty or something, but he just stared vacantly out the window, disinterested.
답답하네요.
Can't believe you people aren't proper
첫걸음은
introductions the
인사잖아요.
first steps of fitting in the
저를
society? Call me
이스마일이라고
Ishmael if you
불러주-
please. You may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners, but don't worry. This sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She is likely to make reasonable judgments, so it's a good idea to start conversations while looking her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget, the sinner has survived an absurd voyage in a faraway body of water. Her patience may run deep, but once you take a wrong turn with her, it will be a difficult task to regain her trust.
당신 독택에 동강난 몸이
This is
돌아왔다고
really like
들었어요.
really
앞으로도
slow
잘
out the
부탁해요.
gate. I heard you glued our bodies back together from pieces. I look forward to working with you. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. For someone who emphasized not being a misfit, she didn't feel like the most amicable
미안하게
sort.
됐네.
Sorry to disappoint, because I don't care too much for fitting in. Yeah, I got your deal. You can just sit down. Name's Heathcliff. Used to be a professional wrecker for property and people like you. Or people alike. Professional wrecker of people. This sinner prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. I can't read this shit. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. This was a bad color choice. His brashness may cause headaches, like this writing, or physical injury leading to a headache in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, please contact the Human Resources Department. Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you'll have an easier time handling it. Okay.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게 하고 다니긴 했지만
Not under anyone's orders, mind you. I only did it to buggers that got on my nerves.
당신도 조심하라고.
So watch it,
나는
you.
윗사람이라고
I'm deathly
거들먹거리는
allergic to
사람한테
cocky gaffers who
달래기.
think they can boss me around. Honestly, like, I feel like you, meeting you and behaving this way to you, you would beat the shit out of yourself. Because this is insufferable. I don't like this guy. This guy's insufferable. Get the fuck off my screen.
드디어 이 몸을
'Tis my
차리다.
turn to speak at long last. I'm Don Quixote. Jesus fucking Christ. There is no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionada of all things fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of fixer-related merchandise, so she's a fangirl. They won't affect her performance in combat one way or another, so there's no need for you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She is deeply immersed in the role of a righteous fixer, hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to those of an actor. Has such a thing ever existed, really? It's advised to play along with her for a smooth mission. Fixer
그대와
otaku.
함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈
I'm a fixer
해결사지.
who shall sprint for the dream, side by side with thee. 'Tis a pleasure. She's role playing. She's role playing really hard. A fixer, that definitely feels like a term I used to know.
해결사 말인가?
Dost thou wish to know what a fixer is? I can answer thy question. Fixers are protectors of the city.
도시에
Ah,
대해서도
perchance
제대로
thou
기억하지
mayst struggle to
못하겠군.
remember the city.
교신은
'Tis.
나는
I believe I
가벼운
said this was
인사를
for
나누라고
brief
했던
introductions.
두루한 말하게 하지
Don't make me
않았어.
say it twice. Next. My name's Hong Lu. That's a beautiful man. Holy shit. I hope we can get along well. Me too. Excellent introduction. High five. 10 out of 10. And for appearances as well. You are just gorgeous. A sinner who had lifted a sinner who had lived an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has a certain admiration for a free life, but occasionally he may make ignorant and unsavory questions in regards to the food cooked by a certain other sinner or other aspects of the low lives, lowly culture. This can cause significant irritation for other sinners. However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in his curiosity-driven inquiries, so it is ill-advised to let them get physical over it. It's a beautiful man. Rule 63. Hong Lu and his design is completely unchanged.
우와 당신.
Wow, and look at you. Isn't that fascinating head? Isn't that a fascinating head you've got there? A popular model these days, I suppose. No, this isn't that kind of.
제 취향은
It's not my cup of tea, though.
무슨 말싸가지야.
The hell's wrong with your ass? Sit down, Heathcliff. You're giving me law energy. You're giving me law energy right now. When he noticed the red gaze laid on him, he grunted and sat himself back down. Ryoshu. I love a girl with a samurai sword and a cigarette. As they say, every person has their own creed, and it's only right to respect it as the executive manager. But with some creeds, you'll have difficulty in even simply pretending to sympathize. You'll have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker whose eyes shine with a euphoric gleam only during battle. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and a step backward for art. Caution. This sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you.
요르슈쿠.
Yoroshiku. That's yoroshiku onegaishimasu. It's kind of like, yeah, please be nice to me, or you know, whatever. It's like the default introduction. At what point was I supposed to laugh? Marisol. Please refer to me as such. That is your name, so will do. Once clear and concise commands requiring no judgment on his part. This beautiful, short and sweet. Thank you. This isn't anything special. I'm simply behaving normally. I'm almost touched. Thanks. Yeah. It felt as though something was gravely amiss with him, but I couldn't quite tell what. The way she scanned me up and down was a little daunting. I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with a motion of her hand.
관리자님이
Please,
먼저
I'd never
자세를
make my
굽히라는
manager stoop before me.
본인은
My name is
오티스라고
Otis? Otis?
이전에 실례했던 부분을
I would like
사과드리고
to
싶습니다.
apologize for my rudeness earlier. Sinner could serve as an excellent advisor depending on your capability. However, she also has a meddlesome tendency, so it is recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She's an expert when it comes to tactics of various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable to your mission. In addition, she possesses vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You could trust her with simple repairs of the bus. Unlike other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of this sinner is not permitted. Keep an eye on this sinner and beware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing our company's mission. Otis. Yeah, that's what I said. Otis. Cool. Please. Your magnanimity
넓으실 줄이야.
humbles me.
역시
I knew at first
처음부터
glance that
저희를
you had what it
이끄실
takes to lead us.
인간의
What?
대부분은
While most humans
서로가
cause
맞붙어
noise and
소음과
friction as a
마찰을
result of
이끄는
confrontation,
소수는
some are able to
맞붙는
reap mutual
것으로
benefit from
서로에게
coming
이
head to
검을
head.
날카롭게
Just as
펴리기
one might
위해선
seek out
그만큼
firm
강한 숫돌이 필요한
whetstones to
것처럼
best sharpen their
누구보다
blade. And my blade is yours to
관리자님을
wield.
위해
Executive
헌신하겠습니다.
manager, I shall serve you
편히
with
써주시길.
unrivaled devotion. That's reassuring. Thanks.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게
Shit.
나뒹군다고 말하더니
I guess there's
잘도
no
그런 말을
quick
성대 밖으로
like
꺼낼 수
read the
있네요.
transcript button. Is this it? Yeah. I gave her an approving nod even though I didn't get what she meant by her rudeness. I'm amazed at your ability to bootlick with such passion so soon after calling them a miserable thing. I think I get it
제가
now.
마지막이네요.
It seems
파우스트입니다.
I am the last. Faust is the name. The sinner who developed the engine of Mephistopheles, the bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims that there is no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom, and she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing, but as seen with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of arrogance, there is no hope of her parting with it, ever. We recommend simply nodding once and getting over it. Even though she has an unparalleled genius, we can't quite figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you could be the one to find out.
당신의 인생 중
A
한 번
genius
만날까
with
말까
whom
한
you're lucky to
천재죠.
cross paths, even once in your life.
납득하지 못한 듯한
Your
반응이군요.
reaction suggests that you're not convinced, Dante.
괜찮습니다.
Well, it's fine. You'll come to
경험을
learn,
통해
all in due time.
파우스트가
That
진귀한
Faust
천재였다는
is
사실을
indeed a
말해요.
rare and brilliant mind.
관측자가 깨닫지 못한다
When a
하여
proverbial tree falls,
사실이
its impact on
진실이
the
되는 일은
ground is a
없으니까요.
given fact. The observer's failure to perceive it has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. Maybe she's just got like a entity living inside of her mind, and it can just speak and take over and communicate, and it is speaking and talking about the person. That's enough greetings. Dante, let me explain your job scope. You mean as the manager? They're asking if you're about to explain the job description of a manager. Come to think of it, the man with the red eyes couldn't hear me, unlike the sinners. That's correct, Executive Manager Dante. You will embark on a trip to the Inferno with the 12 sinners who have just introduced themselves. And one of you is a traitor. The Inferno, why should I go to hell?
자신이 지옥으로
They're
가야
asking
하는 이유를
why they
물어요.
need to travel to the Inferno. Because the treasure awaits at the end of the road. Would that suffice? Amogus. Did you know the Odyssey had a purpose? Odysseus's Odyssey? Homer's Odyssey? I don't. You mean I used to be a treasure hunter or something? They can't seem to understand you at all. I did not ask for your understanding, Dante, nor was that a question of your consent. You'll have to listen to me if you want to reclaim your memories and original head. I mean, I do want them back, but
미적거리네요.
they're hesitant. Miss Faust, what will we do if Dante keeps on refusing to cooperate? This was not a scenario we
무슨
anticipated.
말씀을?
Preposterous.
Faust는
Faust anticipates
모든
every
것을
possibility. Dante,
모든
once
임무를
you've completed all your
마치고
missions,
나면
you'll be
당신은
able to
성공을
engrave the
새길 수 있을 제가
aspect.
보증하죠.
I can promise that. Aspect, a word that pierces through my mind. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts respond strongly to it. And led by those instincts, I make my
보이죠?
choice. See if they're
고개를
nodding
끄덕이죠.
now. Good. Then we can continue. By the way, Charon, why isn't the bus moving? Were you dozing off?
버스 기사는 졸음
A bus driver only snoozes at rest spots, Varric. Isn't Charon or Charon the ferryman of the damned? Isn't that's a thing, right?
메피 앞에 이상한 놈들이 서성이고 있었어.
Weirdos were hanging around in front of Mephi. I told you, Charon, if anything happens with the bus, you've got to let me know right away. Mephi, who's that? Mephistopheles, the name of this bus and the engine that runs it, and Faust's magnum opus cordis. A most fitting ferry boat to bear us across the Inferno. Wouldn't you agree, Dante? Dante's Inferno? I wasn't sure what he was getting at, so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply. Looks like they're just another pack of dirty rats living in the back streets. This is just the right time, Dante. They should make perfect targets for practicing your command. I skipped over many details during our first battle. We were short on time after all. However, without improvements to your strategic prowess, only defeat and slaughter lie in our path. That's true. And in turn, you'll have to endure pointless pain over and over again to revive us. Pain to revive you? You mean what happened earlier was, yes, we were brought back to life because you turned back the clock. That exposition doesn't seem to be of any immediate urgency, Miss Faust. Save the chatter for later. Sinners off the bus. Allow me to elaborate on the elements of combat. Okay, maybe I'll actually get to do combat this time. Faust just loves expositing? Doing an exposition? You could send every sinner into battle at once, yes, but commanding so many personnel at once will not be an easy task. Therefore, I'll inform you of the appropriate number of participants depending on the particularities of each battle. For this occasion, 5 sinners would make an appropriate force. Select 5 sinners you would like to deploy for the first battle. Select the lower half of each sinner's card to deploy them. Okay. First, select Sinner Yi Sang. Okay. I don't get to choose my own characters this time.
따라가겠어요.
They're literally, I'm railroaded. I'm in shambles.
최선을 다해볼게.
Select to battle to begin the encounter with the currently deployed
목적지는
sinners.
호기만 쏘.
Okay. Seven-sided icons floating above both the allies' and enemies' heads are called skill slots. Because you haven't issued a command by chaining skills yet, the allied skill slots are currently empty. Grab the chain from the left gear and chain it to one of these two leftmost skills on the dashboard. Okay. These are both the same. As you can see, the skill you've just chained has been equipped to the skill slot. Okay, and it causes a clash. When the combat phase begins, each sinner will engage in battle using the skills equipped in their skill slots. These are identical, and these are identical. It's literally all the same, just a straight line across. Okay, now select the gear on the right to issue your command, and the sinners will enter a combat phase using the skills you've equipped for them. I didn't get to...
금방 다녀올게.
I didn't get to do the thing. She was just explaining. The whole screen turned black and the start thing was on. All these skills are exactly the same. No picking for now. Please issue a command. Bitch, what are you talking about? Get off my screen. I don't know what it means. Please issue a command.
행동을 개시합니다.
A clash occurs when the sinner and the target both use attack skills against each other. In a clash, their power is determined primarily by the skill they're using to clash, and this clash between two skills, the skill with the higher power wins. Okay, let me know how clashes work. Pay attention to the enemy's coins. When a skill loses a clash, it will lose a coin. Even if a skill loses a clash, as long as it has remaining skill coins, the two skills will continue to flip their coins and clash until one of them loses all coins. The skill that lost all of its coins in the clash will conclusively lose the clash. This means that the unit that won the clash gets to attack, while the unit that didn't doesn't. Got it, okay. Let's see how power which determines the outcome of a clash is calculated. Okay.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Which PM tutorial is the worst? This one's pretty bad. This one's pretty bad. LobCorp, I did the LobCorp tutorial after I beat the game, so I feel like that one was not... I feel like the LobCorp tutorial wasn't that bad, honestly. I feel like every abnormality, you need to spend a day tutorializing yourself on every abnormality, so it feels like the LobCorp tutorial is really bad, but it's actually not that bad. This, I don't like this. So far, I really don't like this. The tutorial sucks ass. This number is the skill's base power before it flips any coins. And this right here, why are you doing this? You're just hurting my eyeballs. I can see that it's a 2. Just stop flipping it. What are you doing? Stop that. It's a completely unnecessary action. It hurts my eyeballs. Stop it. This number is the skill's coin power. Okay. 7 is higher than 2. Here you can see how many coins these skills have. The number of coins determines 2 things. How many times the skill can lose a clash before losing all of its coins, and how many times the skill hits when it attacks. Each coin that flipped heads will add the coin power of that skill to the base power. So does that you have a 50-50 chance to get the bonus power? The formula for a skill's final power is as follows: base power plus number of coins that flipped heads times coin power. Coins that flipped heads will glow, while coins that flipped tails will appear dimmed. Yes and no. I hate that. Not 50-50, you'll see. I mean, like, that's what a coin flip is. The resultant skill power is displayed here. Ishmael's loggerhead skill has the higher skill power, so the enemy skill loses a coin. As seen in the example, they continue to clash until one of them has no more coins left to flip. The unit with the remaining coin ultimately wins that clash. Remember, winning clashes is one of the most fundamental aspects of winning the battle. Yes. Hitting and not getting hit is important.
거울은 깨졌어.
Literally all these skills are the same, so we just
좋은
go.
전략이네요. 가보죠.
Remember, win.
꺼냈다. 맛있는 거 준비해줘. 단테.
Okay. I feel like that was really useless, tutorial-wise. Like, she did. I guess the coin flip thing is new information, but then chat immediately says like, well, it's not actually a coin flip. So I'm like, well, what's the point? What are we doing here? You're looking much more useful than before, Dante. I did literally nothing. Like a monkey tapping the screen could have done the exact same thing. They all got away, save for one though. Shouldn't we go after them? They're worried over the foes we lost. No need for concern. That's the direction we're heading anyway. Charon, pedal to the metal. Up for an exciting ride? The sinners you've developed in the last encounter will be automatically selected for the next, saving you the trouble of selecting them again. Feel free to change them before entering the battle, however. Select the to battle button. It said feel free to change them, and then it said, psych, just kidding, go fuck yourself, you're railroaded again.
목적지는 호기만 써.
She only looks like she's 8. This time, let us learn about SP or sanity points. Sanity points has a maximum value of 45 and a minimum value of minus 45. Okay? Please note that the sinner's SP values can also be viewed here next to these orbs adjacent to the portrait icons in the dashboard, okay? Now please issue a command.
금방 다녀올게.
This is why coins aren't 50-50. Each unit's SP values are changed based on certain triggers. They tend to heal SP with favorable triggers, winning clashes or killing enemies, and lose SP with unfavorable triggers, okay? The higher unit's SP value, the higher the chance to flip heads when flipping coins, okay? So they're weighted coin flips. The allied units all won their respective clashes in the previous turn, which healed their SP to put us in a favorable position. Please issue your next command, okay?
폭들을 제거하겠어.
Please direct your attention to this unit's HP bar. This thin line here is called a stagger threshold. Yet once they get down below that point, they get staggered, right?
낙욕하오.
When a unit's HP drops below the stagger threshold line, they become staggered, and they take fatal damage from everything that hits them.
생각보다 잘 들어갔네.
We've got 3 staggered. Staggered units cannot take any action and take double the damage, which puts them at a significant disadvantage in battle. You don't say.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
준비해줘, 단테.
Panic, overwhelmed. You have put the remaining enemies in panic states by defeating their allies in the previous turn, which dropped their SP. When an enemy's SP drops below a certain threshold, they may enter a low morale or panic stage, which inflict them with negative effects. Units in low morale or panic states are marked by these labels. Each unit gains different effects from entering low morale and panic states. Select this icon to learn what effects the unit is suffering from. Does not act for the turn. Okay. So, how do I get, aside from seeing that this is like a piercing attack, is there any way to see like what the numbers look like on these? I guess that would be something that I would look at not in battle, and I just have to like remember later. See, I'm trying to jump ahead. I'm learning by doing, and the tutorial is like the first 2 levels of the tutorial are like, have you ever played a video game ever? Give me a
뭐죠?
second. What is it?
저는
I joined this
정체되지
company because I was
않고
told that I'll
나아갈
be
수
able to
있다는
move
말에
forward without being
그런데
held back.
지금은
But right now, we're stuck in a meaningless
쥐새끼도
violence,
아니고
like we're rats or
의미가
something.
없진 않소.
Tis not without meaning.
저들은
We are
우리를
vanquishing
공격하는
evildoers who
악이지
attack.
않소.
I like Don Quixote.
시끄러워요.
I like Don Quixote.
좀 조용히
a lot
좀
so far.
해봐요.
It's the whimsy. I need more whimsy, and I need Heathcliff to disappear. Please, just be quiet for a moment.
아무튼
Anyway,
이런
if we
용역
all
폭력단
be, if
같은 행동만
all
명령할 거라면
we'll be doing is beating
다른 일을
people
하는
up like some
것도
hired thugs,
고민해봐야
I
할
might
것
have to
같아요.
reconsider my employment here in the near
입사
future.
계약서를
Haven't you read your
회사는
contract?
허용될
Resignation
수
is not
없다.
permitted. Do you
계약하면서
really think our
말한
contract
이야기가
has any
거짓말이라도
sway at this point,
계약이
given that it's
효력이
based
있을
on
당연히
lies?
효력이 있죠.
Of course it
애초에
does.
거짓말은
Because there were no
없었으니까.
lies to begin with.
설마 제가
You didn't think
메피스토펠레스를
Mephistopheles was built to be a mere
그저
means of
운송만 하는
transportation,
것을
did you?
항상 배고프다.
Mephi is always hungry. It keeps
그래서
crying. The bus gets hungry.
엔진이 연료를 섭취할
When the
때
engine
생기는
ingests
부산.
fuel, it yields a
여러분은
byproduct.
그걸
Using
통해
that, you can grow
강해질
more
수 있으니
powerful.
상씨는
I'm sure
잘
that
알고
Yi Sang knows
계시겠죠.
this well. When
거울
all
속에서
possibilities are drawn from the mirror,
성장 또한
there
제약이
is no
없어.
limit to one's growth.
거울 속에 나는 나인가 아니면
Is
또
the
다른
self in the
누구인가?
mirror my reflection or another being entirely? Possibilities. What exactly are you drawing out? Feed the bus! When Faust shuts up, we get to see the game. Here she goes again. One of Mephistopheles' various functions is extraction. You can collect various identities and ego from here. Select the extract button. Well, if you're gonna force me.
누구보다 신속하게 그들에게
With
침묵을
impeccable
안겨드리죠.
swiftness, I will render them silent. She Association South Section 5 Ishmael. You have acquired a new identity. Collecting new identities and ego will be contributive to improving our combat performance. Why are you speaking that way? Now let's return to battle. Battles can be accessed via the drive window. Click this button. Inferno. Selva Obscura. Okay. We've really gone 1, 2, 3? I cannot tell you guys how much I hate phone games. It's the tutorial. It's the tutorial. We're gonna power through it. We'll get through the tutorial and then everything will be better. Select the top part of the center cards to swap them out for a different identity. From this menu, you can select one of the identities you've extracted to deploy them into battle. Please select the newly acquired identity for Ishmael. Good work. Selecting identities appropriate for the particularities of each battle is path victory. Now let's select the to battle icon. I genuinely, I just want to see like how the levels work.
예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데
We know
말이야.
from Ruina this is
그렇군요.
more on PM being
이런
asked at
걸
tutorials.
의미했던 건가요?
I think this is a combination of A and B together because like I've played phone games, especially the earlier ones. I haven't really played phone games in a long time, but like I really don't like phone games like at all. And one of the things that phone games do in their tutorials is they black out almost the whole screen and then have like a flashing, bouncing square over top of the thing that you're supposed to tap. And there's something about it that just irritates me. It gets underneath of my skin. Like I am incapable of processing any information. I feel like it's overly dumbed down. And yes, this is a combination of Project Moon being ass at tutorials, but also phone game mechanics, like the flashing, glowing, jumping, bouncing up and down sign that says select here, click here. I see. So this is what that was all
너무
about.
마음이 급할 필요는
There's no need to
없어요,
get impatient,
이스마엘.
Ishmael. As the bus
버스가
makes its
향하면
journey,
잘
you'll naturally start taking on more important tasks than beating the life out of random trucks. I know you're eager to achieve your goals, but at least try to have some patience.
거울 세계에 있는
Since
우리들의 모든
this
가능성
works
중
by
하나를
whisking
끄집어내는
out
거니까.
one of our limitless possibilities
기억이 조금
from
더
the mirror
쉬워졌을 거예요.
worlds, it'll have overwritten a part of our
곧
memories.
익숙해질
You'll get
거예요.
used to it in no
뭐야?
time. Oh, hang on,
그것
that
좀
sounds a bit
위험해
dangerous,
보이는데?
don't it?
이러다가 내가 아니게
What
되는
if
거
I'm no
아니야?
longer my old self by the end? Heh. Doesn't seem like a
여러분은
reasonable time to laugh.
테세우스의 배가 아니에요.
Don't mistake yourselves for the ship of Theseus.
인격과 기억을
Theseus.
빌리기는 하겠지만 주도권을
While it is
잃고
true that you
설계되어
borrow the
있지는 않아.
identities and their memories, the system is designed to ensure that you retain control over your own existence. Thanks for the hydrate, Greed. All of this ranting and raving. You know I finish games. You know I'm gonna finish this game, but I'm gonna complain whenever things are stupid. Whenever things are ridiculous, I'm gonna complain. While it is true that you borrow the identities and their memories, the system is designed to ensure that you retain control of your own
거울에
existence.
비추는 나는
Different
사뭇
though your
다를 수
reflection may
있으나
be, it is bound to vanish
거울
once you
밖을
walk away from the
저희가
mirror.
어떻게 성장할지는
How our capability
단테
grows
씨에게
ultimately
달렸어요.
depends on you, Manager
거울
Dante.
세계의 다양한
It will be up to you to
가능성,
decide which figment of
가장
possibility
효과적인
fits each
타이밍.
situation best.
메타몰피시스를 말하는
I believe that's
건가?
what you call a metamorphosis.
일종의 탈퇴이자 변신이라 할 수 있죠.
Yes, I suppose one could say that it's a form of renaissance and transformation. Transformation, Jesus fucking Christ. Renaissance? Yeah, I didn't know what that word meant. A new birth or life, a rebirth? She's just saying shit. I suppose one could say that it's a form of renaissance and transformation. Birth a new life and transformation.
어머?
Just use the
그런
word
어려운
rebirth,
단어는
pal.
어디 살았대?
This is again like South Korean lit nerds who have like got to use their degree. They just can't help themselves. Golly, where'd you learn big words like that?
주워들었다.
I so
이
identify with
사람
Rodian right
많이
now.
만나봐야 하는 일을 했었거든.
Just let me be a bimbo. Why did you say complicated word when small word do good? I picked it up. My prior profession required meeting people from various walks of life.
변신이라.
Yeah, bitch might as well just start speaking Latin. Transformation, huh?
감소는 끝날
Done
때
chatting?
길고
First we make way for the
긴
bus. You'll
어차피
spend more time
지겨울
together than you'd ever
정도로
ask
붙어
for,
있을
so table that discussion for later. I feel like the red eyes should, unless he's under a temporary contract to just like get everybody cooking so that he can do whatever he wants to later, or so that he can fuck off later. I feel like the red eyes should just go out and kill everybody. We're in Dante's Inferno, we might get Latin. Cat peed in your room? That's not good if there's not a cat box in there. Select a unit to view their detailed
뭐야?
information window.
내가 보고 싶었던 거야?
Why do you need to black out the whole left side? Just put one single box around here and I'll get it. Why do you need to turn off the whole screen? This is where you view each character's basic stats. Well, that sucks. Fatally weak to pierce damage. This is where you view the unit's list of skills and upgrade progress. Zane, Teth, He, Wow, Aleph. Okay. You may also select an enemy to view their detailed information. Each unit has resistance values. Attack types and affinities. 7 sin affinities. The target's resistance to these categories can either increase or reduce the damage dealt. A higher resistance value on a unit means they will take more damage from that damage type. Okay. So color is sin affinity and we have our type of damage. Is that about right? So if I'm reading this right, we've got like a wrath here, and a, what is that, a gluttony and a pride. I'm gonna need to just learn the color coding. Check your enemy's weaknesses and select the skills that can exploit them to deal more damage. I was gonna do that anyway. Thank you. All right, so all the damage types are whatever, but slash damage is fatal. All damage types are whatever. Slash damage is fatal. Same. 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 Okay, so literally we just do slash. If slash exist, do slash.
금방 다녀올게.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
Starting from the allied units in the deployment ally order, an ally gains one additional slot whenever every passing turn. This means that they gain an extra opportunity to attack. Okay. Slash, 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 slash. Here's slash.
해보겠습니다.
Here I go, flipping coins again. Use one of these buttons to let sinners choose what skills they want to use. However, it must be emphasized that leaving the sinners to make their own strategic choices could lead to suboptimal combat performances. Okay. I can't choose. So basically this is like a drop down where like these skills are coming, they're like coming in next or whatever. And dominating is kind of the like, it's like a prediction of what's going to come from that kind of a combat. It's like using this skill seems to be doing good, so like if you use this, you'll continue to do better. That poor single guy is cooked.
금방 다녀올게.
The win rate button do love gang banging one bozo at 1 HP with 17 skills. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna use the auto battler button. if the game is an auto battler, I might as well just not even play it. Road's clear, but Verd, Mephi could have just run them over and pushed through just fine. I'm with Charon on this. I feel like we should just sit in the bus and let the bus crash into everybody. It seemed to work pretty good on that one person. What was the point of putting me through all that fighting then? Vergilius stepped in at the sight of my rattling head and agitated gestures. Calm yourself, Dante. It's not right to ask a toddler to run when it has yet to take its first steps. Best take every opportunity there is to walk on your own feet before you're made to run. Furthermore, Dante, as the manager, your job is to manage your staff, and I am the guide. I decide where and the how of our journey. I feel like this is like a classic case of like underutilization. You know, he seems super strong. He's a color, for God's sakes. Why is he just guiding us? Am I understood? Don't argue with me. Why don't you be the manager then? I don't. Is it just? Why don't we just have Dante be the heal bot? He'll just rewind time and let Red Eyes be the manager. Better ask the higher ups that question. I'm good. I heard ticking. What did they say, Miss Faust? Nothing much. A little too verbose to be an affirmation. A nod should suffice going forward. Now, Mephi, off we go! Woohoo! I like Charon. Charon just being like, I just want to hit the gas. Let's go. Extreme excitement about to walk on air, reports Charon. Good. Charon's awesome. So where are we going? Vergilius. They'd like to know the destination. What did I just tell you, Dante? But just where are we going? With this sigh, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward. Tisk. Now departing. Vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. Intro video. Oh, that's gross. Quaff down the pus? That's disgusting. She's my favorite announcer because she speaks in 5-word sentences. Why use many word when few word do good? It's the way. Hello, new manager. Rewards acquired. Don't forget to get your login bonus. Your login bonus. Let's see how we can continue playing through the story. Oh my god, please stop blacking out the screen. Please stop it. I just want to play the video game. Please stop tutorializing. Please stop. Select the button to continue playing this. Does she... Please answer me this. Does the screen keep blacking out all the way up until the point where you're like in the balls deep in the game? Do they ever stop this? Because it is grating, and I need to prepare myself mentally for them constantly putting my diaper on and burping me before laying me down for my nappy naps. It's it's seriously grating. Call it a pet peeve. It's so obnoxious to me. Verg, blockage ahead. Permission to vroom vroom. The chatter was what was fine. What was what. I'm cracking. Oh. Okay. After all, nothing beats blocking out your sight when you want to keep boredom at bay. Not that there was much else to do on a bus whose destination was unknown to me. My lack of head and memories certainly didn't help either. Alright, let's proceed. Okay, here comes bumpity bumps. Expensive washer fluid. Ferg said he paid a fortune. The clump stuck to the window, gently dissolved, letting light through. Most of the people seated on the bus, sinners, fixed their gaze ahead with varied expressions in their eyes. It felt like a pretty gruesome scene, but based on the others' reactions, maybe this kind of violence is to be expected in the city. Hey. It felt rather awkward to try to get another shut eye again? It felt rather awkward to try to get another shut eye again, now that I was wide awake. What is the sentence? It felt rather awkward to try to get another shut eye again, now that I was wide awake? What is this sentence? Is this whimsy? Is this whimsy? It felt rather awkward to try to get another shut eye again now that I was wide awake. Just then. Furthermore, a man with conspicuously overgrown stubble drew my attention. But I mean glasses. Know where we're going right now? A feature far more conspicuous than his stubble made me slip. You almost called me Bug Guy, didn't you? Once again, my name is Gregor. The same way you're called Dante and not Clockface. I couldn't find any excuses, so I just gave back a light nod. Say, bus girly, where are we headed? Once again, my name is Charon. The same way you're called Gregor and not Bug Guy. She got you there, Gregor. She really did, didn't she? Verg said, the sinners will go to District 4. What? Ho! Did the name District 4 fall upon my ears? I think it did, Don Quixote. That place is known to be the home of the Grass Maiden. 'Tis the original of the heroine's journey, and 'twas the... Bloody hell, Heathcliff, you are very quickly approaching law category. You need to stop. You have to stop. And you definitely have no right to interrupt the Whimsy Master. Can't you just shut up and let us have some peace? I would love it if you would shut up and get off the bus. why I had remained silent until mere moments
말
ago.
대답하지 말라고.
Don't you bloody argue with me. Alright. Is there? Can I just delete a
본인이
character
더
from
시끄럽다는 건
the
알아요?
game? Hey, do you even realize you're the louder one
죽어도
here?
살아난다고 해서 아프지 않은 거
Lass.
아니야.
Pain is
한 번만
pain,
더
whether it
죽이는
kills you
거야.
or not. Now flap that gob of yours again and see what
그런 말을
happens.
했는데도 돌아오는 게
I make a
폭력이라니.
valid point and you jump straight to violence.
수준할
Real
만하네요.
classy of you. For a moment, I found myself contemplating. Should I step in? Is this the part where I exercise my authority as manager with dignity and grace? A faint memory urges me to do something. Now, guys, it's inadvisable to lose your...
모분초도
trenches.
모가지를
To
분출해야
write against
조용해지지.
noisy crying
그렇지 같은
hogs
새끼들.
entails scragging.
이유 없는 폭력은
Senseless
용서받을
violence
수
shan't
없다네.
be forgiven.
그대는
I will bring
내가
about justice.
아, 이럴 줄 알았어.
I knew this would happen.
옷에
You
피가
got blood on my
튀었잖아.
clothes. Look, do you
저기,
guys really have to fight
꼭
next
내
to me? This is just crazy. We haven't even reached our destination and 3 people are dead already. And because of infighting too. Can't even look away for a minute without things going sideways, can I? You 4, cleaning duty next month.
어째서
Such
정의를
unfairness.
구현했을
I
뿐이었어.
merely sought the hand of
잠깐.
justice.
내 옷
Hang
빨리
on, tell them to do
포함시켜줘.
my laundry too. Bloodstains
피는
don't wash
와인이랑은
off as
다르게 잘안
easily as
빠진단
wine.
말이야.
It wasn't cheap, you know,
쌩
this
건데.
getup. No one bats an eye at the lifeless janitors to be littering the floor. It does seem that we have multiple murder hobos on. Maybe that's why they're called sinners. Maybe they were all part of like the murder hobo category, and we just have a bus full of rejects who are going to be over and over killing each other multiple times throughout the course of this journey. Maybe they're already taking their unlimited revivals for granted. Problem is, I don't even know how exactly I'm supposed to bring them
Dante.
back. Dante, I'd like you to
시계를-
turn the clock back. Turn the clock?
그런 모양새.
So that's what you look like
어리둥절한
when you're
표정이라는
puzzled.
건가?
I'll keep that in
Faust.
mind. Miss Faust, could you please explain it to him again? She lets out a small sigh, but still came to my seat, probably out of a sense
처음
of
만났던
obligation.
날에도
It's the same thing you
당신이
did
했던
the
일을
first
말하는
day we
거예요,
met,
Dante.
Dante, though I suppose that was more of an instinctive
그때는
reaction. Now let's try
다시
again. Close your eyes. Though I have no eyes to close, blocking out my sight is something I've done. I had no reason not to follow Faust's
사실
instructions here.
문은 어디에나 있어요.
The door is
그러나
everywhere,
당신에게만
however,
보이죠.
only you can see it, for the stairs
왜냐하면
in your sky have not
당신의-
fallen. At that, I felt a sliver of light easing into my sight. I let it come to me the same way I'd opened my eyes, and then an expanse of space laid itself ahead. There, I was alone, with a massive door that stood before me. It wasn't a pleasant sight. Waves of suffocating heat and cries of agony escaped through the gap. My mind almost blacks out at the sound of the incessant lamentations and wailing. However, I find myself approaching the door, still grasping at its handles as if it's the most natural thing to do. Despite appearing rather ponderous, the door opens without much resistance. I run my hand along the inside of the door. Thousands upon thousands of cacophonous wailings lie within, and reaching further inside, I grab a few outstretched hands. I can feel the histories of different sins, each bearing a brand of its own, crawling along my hand and up my
고통을
arm.
나눌 준비가
Art thou prepared to share the pain? Could that have been the question, or rather, pressure to comply? With all my strength, I yank out the sinners clinging to my hand from the door. A terrible pain spreads through my neck and head, a torture so unbearable I'd have taken death over it, and it refused to let up. The sensation of bones and muscles twisting and entangling with each other goes on for what feels like an eternity. My untrained legs buckle under the unbearable pain, and I drop to my knees onto the pool of blood. And then I see it. The vibrating surface of the red viscous liquid bubbling and splattering as the pain grows even worse. Soon the blood soaking the ground coagulated and fused into 3 separate masses. Then the pain that seemed to go on forever disappeared just like that. As the lumps of blood rose into the air and flew off, the terrible red haze cleared from my vision, and I was once again returned to the rumbling bus. What's it like coming back from a decapitation? Did your heart race? As soon as Heathcliff comes to, he rubs his neck, hisses out a few curses, and stomps toward Yoshio. Hold on. I just brought you back and you're going straight into another fight? Heathcliff whips around to glare at me, eyes blinded with fury. Heathcliff is going to be a problem for me. Faust, more tutorials. It's your job to bring us back anyway, isn't it? If that's done, then piss off before I smash in that bloody clock you call a head. Wait, Dante. Dante looks like they're in a lot of pain. We really should stop. Heathcliff does not wait for Sinclair to finish his speech and slams his steel bat into the young man's skull. Why are you this way? Why are you written this way? Who wrote you? And they should be ashamed of themselves. This is one of the most annoying characters I've ever seen. He gets better. You said the same thing about Law, and you were wrong. You were unequivocally wrong, despite the fact that I skipped all of his dialogue. Nothing could redeem that. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to give Heathcliff a chance. He's going to need to create his own. The bus filled with Sinclair's choking, unintelligible gurgles as he lay dying. I've heard it before. I'll be the judge of that. Next time, Clockface, it'll be your noggin getting bashed. That clear enough? Guess you really are as much of a scumbag as you look. Dying once not enough for you? Heathcliff tightens his grip on the bat while Ishmael readies to swing her mace. How did I end up managing a bunch of people who stay the same wrecks even after literally coming back from death? As my mind wandered, a sinister chill swept in and froze the tension in the bus into total silence. It seems we're overdue for some proper discipline. Yes, please, for the love of God, give me a tool of discipline so that I can just, like, a shock collar for Heathcliff so that I could just press it over and over and over again. I could just, like, lay on the button. The sinners who'd been seconds away from jumping at each other's throats came to an immediate standstill, as a pair of red eyes raked over them with a freezing, merciless glare. Rule number 1, do not let me hear weapons clashing inside the bus. Any of you break this rule from this moment on, you will be begging me to kill you before I'm done. I'm sure you're aware that I am capable of far more than that, just that, yes? Sinclair's death throes were the only sound that broke the silence. Heathcliff glowered at Vergilius, but didn't dare argue back. Apologies, Dante. I need you to rewind the clock again. Again? I quickly shook my head. There was no way I was putting myself through that again. It hurt so much that death seemed downright merciful. The ghost of a smile on Vergilius's face evaporates as his expression hardens. Best open that door while I'm still feeling generous enough to ask you nicely, Manager Dante. Oh, and if it is the pain that you fear, if that is why you're shaking your head, I will gladly help you with that. The agony of rewinding won't even make you bat an eye once I'm finished. A surefire way to boost your pain tolerance, don't you think? Did I hear you correctly? Our manager clearly declined your request. You. This interruption is ill-timed. I was informed when I joined the company that the executive manager would be my superior, not you. I would say that the manager has made themselves perfectly clear by shaking their head. I see. So the aide has decided to step in now, is that it? Then let me make myself perfectly clear to you as well. Vergilius's eyes turned a deeper shade of red, sharpening that bone-cold stare. I don't really know what I'm meant to do as the manager, or if I even deserve to take this role, but I felt that I should at least stop things from spiraling into an even bigger mess. Bringing back one sinner should hurt less than reviving all 12 at once. Otis, I'll rewind the clock, it's okay. Vergilius caught me frantically gesturing for Otis to stand down, and the red gleam in his eyes faded. A wise decision. As you wish, Executive Manager. Otis looked like she had more to say, but quickly backed off and snapped into attention. Vergilius? The red door greeted me again, bringing with it the sickening sensation of my bones and muscles churning and contorting against one another. I decided to stop describing the pain to myself going forward. It's not the sort of torture I could ever put a name on anyway. Thank you. Sinclair stood up with a pained moan and bowed in appreciation before toddling back to his seat. Thanks for all the roses. Okay, so we're completing story without really doing anything aside from just like scooting along. All right. So extracting 10 requires 1300 lunacy. I don't like this. Already this shit right here, the target extraction Ishmael. So you're basically picking Ishmael and focusing on extracting Ishmael. And then this one is the House of Spiders, the middle nurse father Otis, and the I wish that, can I make the screen stop moving? Is there a button that I can just make the, I want it to stop flashing, it's hurting my eyeballs. Want to go gambling? No, I don't want to go gambling, but this is the video game. I don't know, probably not. We're probably not done with the tutorial. I'm just gonna standard extraction. I don't care. I don't care if it's efficient or if it's the right thing to do or whatever. I'm just gonna standard extract.
현장 자료들을 볼 때 이번 사건에 대한 결론은
Ugh. All evidence points to the conclusion that this case was... bloody hell, I almost had it. Wait a moment. So, interesting. This is the only one that's new. All of these ones are these are just trash? Is that's the deal? That is incredibly unsatisfying. just saying. That is really, really unsatisfying. Love that. I love that. Awesome. So we got nothing. We spent literally everything and we got nothing except for the only character I don't like. Perfect. First person to ever pull from standard extraction. Sue me. It shouldn't be an option if it's a bad choice. If it's literally a waste of points, it shouldn't exist. It's not my fault. It's bad game design. Okay, you can configure various teams from your 12 Limbus Company centers and their identities. Come at me, bro. In Sinner's window, selecting a Sinner's identity portrait will show a list of their identities and ego. You can change your team from there. Select the All Identities or All Ego button on the right to view the full list of identities and ego for all Sinners, making it easier to design your team loadout. In normal team loadout menus, clicking anywhere on each identity's portrait loads into the edit team menu. Okay. Select the lower part of the portrait deploys the sinner, which means that the sinner will be taking part in the battle. Are they literally tutorializing this shit again? Are they straight up they're just doing it again? An announcer. You can create teams. Okay. Will you please let me choose for fuck's sake? Oh my god. This shit is so obnoxious. I'm doing my best. I'm here and I'm doing my best. This fucking, as soon as I think I'm out of the tutorial, Faust is like, no, you're not allowed to choose the characters that you want to play. Prithee, I have a matter to inquire. Don Quixote suddenly raised her hand. Inquire. Verily, I understood the first rule well. What then is the second rule? Good grief, did you really have to go out of your way to ask? Virgilius shot a cold stare at Ryoshu, who had just lit a cigarette. She returned the look with an unreadable expression on her
두
face.
번째 교체.
Rule number 2. No littering cigarette butts on the bus. They leave burn marks. Huh. The bus falls silent again. Hold on, the bus shouldn't be this quiet. Where's the engine's roar? Charon, why aren't you speeding up? No food, Mephi's hungry. Good, we could use something to lift the mood. Go, let's go kill some people and shove them in the engine. Could he be suggesting a fuel stop? The idea of Virgilius casually plugging a fuel nozzle into the bus like some normal person at a pump felt strangely out of place.
차가 움직이려면 연료가 필요하지.
The only thing it wouldn't have would be Walpurgis or the Arknight's egos. So are you telling me, Necro, that basically what had just happened with me pulling 10 times, or I don't know, what is the 10 times 2? So me pulling 20 times and getting literally only one new person out of all of the characters is bad? Are you telling me that's bad luck, or is that what happened just pretty standard, normal luck? A vehicle needs fuel to run. Karen, try flashing the headlights a bit, like stage lights.
댄스 타임이야.
It's dance timey. Wait a minute. That's like an open invitation for highwaymen to come rob us. Who knows? Ask a mathematician. It's usual. Shitty luck. It's usual? Or is it shitty luck? Both of those things mean... Those two things in combination mean the opposite thing. It's usual and shitty luck. That's not what that means. If it's usual, that means it's normal luck. Then it's normal for that thing to happen. Shitty luck would be pulling like 200 times, 1,000, 1,000 times, etc., and getting nothing. It is unexpected, but also completely within expectations. That appears to be the intent. Sorry, I could hear someone pounding against the bus's steel plating outside. You got 30 seconds. You skipped 20 seconds. 20 seconds for you to say your prayers. Why am I surrounded by dullards left and right?
비겁하게 습격을 하다니. 틀림없는
How
악인들이로군.
cowardly of them to ambush us thus. Verily, they must be villains without a shred of doubt. Everyone off. And one more thing. We want them half dead, not dead. Clear? Faust can eat my ass. Gun him down. Chaining multiple skills with the same affinity in the same turn will activate what's known as resonance. Connect these skills with the same affinities and activate resonance. What? Huh? What? There was a way to do all yellow. Why did you make me do blue, blue, yellow, yellow? I could have done... Chaining 2 or more of the same affinity in the same turn will activate what's known as resonance. Okay. Well, then do it. If you're gonna force me to do it, then do it. Chaining 3 or more with the same affinity activates absolute resonance. Try activating absolute resonance. I could have done that the first turn. Literally, they're like, no, you can't choose the top one. You have to choose the bottom one. You said that already. You literally are, like, the last thing that you just said was the exact same thing that you were stopping me from continuing to say again. Activating resonance slightly enhances affected skills based on the number of skills linked in the resonance chain. Skills closer to the right end of the dashboard receive greater boosts. Activating absolute resonance guarantees that every skill in the resonance chain receives the boost.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 좋은 전략입니다.
새롭다니까요.
좋은 전략입니다.
Each unit has a passive.
무슨
Okay.
일인가요, 관리자님?
Select the Sinner's Skills tab. And Jesus Christ. Faust's passive is a resonance passive. The conditions for those passives can be met by activating resonance. That was explained earlier, okay? Deal plus 10% damage to targets that have negative status effects. Alright. Please activate the Resonance passive by activating Resonance for the necessary affinity. You literally can't not with that setup.
안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
순조로운 전략 좋은 전략입니다.
늘 새롭다니까요.
좋은 전략입니다.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
당연한 결과죠.
Okay, these icons in the top left corner of the screen also show the list of available passives. Select Marisol icon highlighted here. An owned passive. Activate automatically each turn, provided you have enough ego resource to meet the requirements. At less than 50% HP, gain 1 protection at the start of the combat phase. Okay. You need 2 sloth yellow resources. Use a skill to gain an ego resource corresponding to that affinity viewable here. Since we gathered enough sloth ego resources in the previous turn, this owned passive is already activated. Current active passives will be highlighted. Okay. We done now? Can I go about my business again?
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
순조로운 전략 좋은 전략입니다.
Faust, this is literally only relevant for one team. Please stop talking.
관리자님의
Faust has brain
99%
damage. Faust
명령과
likes blue and hates
1%의
yellow.
제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
My god. 99% your brilliant leadership and 1% my competence. That's a little unnecessarily undercutting yourself. Identity training ticket. Dance time. Clear within 10 turns. To select to battle to begin the encounter with the currently deployed sinners. I would love to be able to choose the sinners that I would like to play. Please, game. I would like to be able to play who I want to play as. Please, game. I would like for you to stop forcing me to play characters I don't want to play. Please, game. A deep guttural rumble erupts as the side of the bus heaves and splits open. A number of human shapes littered the ground before the bus's gaping maw, some still conscious, others no longer in one piece. The maw then stretched even wider and, for lack of a better word, started chewing through the bodies. Every bite came fast and voracious. God damn, Ryoshu. Why do you have that face when you're looking at that? Ryoshu took in the spectacle with clear satisfaction, as though determined to savor every moment of it. Off to the side, Sinclair looked visibly shaken.
다들 제정신이 아닌 것 같아요. 그렇지 않나요?
Everyone here is we're surrounded by insane people. You think so too, don't you? It's what she's into. Can a girl have hobbies? I mean, I don't know. Death and dismemberment and all that stuff seems like a rather unhealthy hobby, but the city does seem pretty fucked. The way he reacted made me wonder what history the sinners carried. Just to make sure none of you were forced to join, right? Whatever happened before my head got replaced with a clock is a complete mystery, but as far as I could tell, I was basically forced into the company. And maybe they're not so different from me, or so I thought, until Sinclair bowed his head as if I'd hit a raw nerve. That's right, this was my choice. I'll get used to all this, won't I? He was muttering under his breath like he wasn't talking to me at all.
입사하지 않았어도 했을
'Tis the
일이요.
deed I would have done even if the company sought me not. Lo, yon host of evil draweth nigh. I don't think she's ever gonna get old. In addition to attack skills, each unit also has defense skills. Lightly tap a sinner's portrait at the bottom of the dashboard to swap their bottom skill with a defense skill. First, let's try selecting Sinner Marisol's portrait to generate a guard skill. Use the guard skill to gain shield equal to its power damage will be absorbed by the shield first before affecting the unit's HP. Now select Faust's portrait to generate an evade skill. When using a evade skill, if its final power is greater than or equal to that of the enemy skill, the unit will completely ignore the enemy attack, taking no damage from it. Evade skills flip their coin once for every enemy coin flip. Warning, if an evade type defense skill's final power is lower than the enemy's attack, it will fail and the enemy's attack will strike with full force. Skills allow the enemy to strike first, then perform an unopposed attack against the attacker. Warning, if the unit is staggered by the enemy's attack, the counter will not activate.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
행동을 개시합니다.
Do I have an ETA on the tutorials ending? Like when I get out of Canto 1, will it stop tutorializing?
표정에 따라 실행합니다. 다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
It got reworked, and I wouldn't be surprised if Project Moon found a way to take something that maybe was functionally or was bad and made it worse.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
당연한 결과죠.
The tutorial definitely always sucked. It's bad. It's really bad. It's hard because I've gone through Lobotomy Corporation into Library of Ruina and then into this. And yes, Ruina's tutorial was not good. But it was not good in a way where shit was unfolding halfway through the game and I was like, wait, what the fuck is happening? Like, why is it happening this way? And then I was learning new things, right? But this, they're doing the opposite bad thing. They're front loading everything. They're dumping everything onto me in the beginning. And a lot of it is redundant, like unnecessary information. Like I can infer a lot of what they're shoving down my throat. You're gonna let me choose my own characters now? Holy shit. I can't, we're here. We did it. We have arrived.
모두에게 평등하게.
Let's see. Definitely I like you and I like you and
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
I like him too.
최선을 다해볼게.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면
Base Otis is
좋겠어요.
the best base center.
배부르게 밥을 먹은 지가 언제더라.
When was the last time I actually got to stuff myself? I swear. What? I swear this lump of metal is eating better than we do.
제공되는 식사는
Do
모두
mind that
상냥해요.
all meals are proportioned in appropriate
그 정도
amounts.
먹어서는
It's
기운이
nowhere
안
near
난단
enough to get me
말이야.
going. Although I thought I'd heard Heathcliff shouting, "You think I'm doing this on a full stomach?" in the distance, but Rhodia seemed to pretend she heard nothing. Speaking of, does this bus run on stuff like blood or protein?
엔케팔린이에요.
It's enikephalin, an energy source extracted by Lobotomy
예전
Corporation.
엘사 말이군요.
The previous L Corp, right? I
특이점으로
heard it used its
에너지를
singularity
생산하는
to produce
회사라고
energy,
들었어요.
though now that the wing's
엘사가
fallen, all
몰락한
that's left
지금은
is its
맞아요.
rubble.
그래서 지금은
Correct, which is why it's
구하기가
become a
꽤
rarity
힘들어요.
these
하지만
days.
메피스토펠레스는
However, Mephistopheles is capable of
신체에서
forcibly
엔케팔린을
extracting
강제로
enicophilin
추출할 수
from the
있죠.
body. The body? I could not help but fixate on that word as I looked back and forth between the chewing maw of the bus and Otis, who was barking orders at the other sinners.
엔케팔린은 뇌와 척수신경에서만 추출돼요. 특히나 생명 활동이 있을수록 효율이 좋죠.
Enicophilin can be extracted from the brain and the spinal nerves. It can be harvested from live subjects at greater efficiency. So that's why Virgilius told the sinners to not kill the assailants.
그럼
Okay
해당
then,
부위만
one might
먹여도
ask
되는
then,
거
why
아니에요?
feed the whole
나중엔
body? The answer is simply that their
피와
blood
근육도
and muscle tissue
연료로
can
쓰일
also
수
be
있어요.
processed into fuel.
엔케팔린이 시동과 추력을 위해서 필요하다면 나머지 생체 물질은
While
순환할
enoxaphilin
때
is
사용돼서
used to generate ignition and thrust, the leftover organic
되도록
matter is
천천히
used to
소모되게 하기
sustain
위한
velocity,
설계죠.
which in turn reduces the bus's enoxaphilin demand.
하이브리드요.
You gotta kiss a sinner. Who you kissing? Ryoshu is my favorite sinner, but I think Doria, hard choice. You only can choose one sinner. Faust went on to explain how most of the vehicle's fuel is taken from the branch facilities, and that harvesting enoxaphilin from human bodies won't be sufficient in the long run. Most of it went straight over my head, though. Well, that's complicated. But I get that you're in for some tough
뭘요?
work. Not at all.
파우스트는
No work is tough for
고생하지
Faust.
고생은
If
우리가 하고
anyone's
있지.
doing the heavy
이봐,
lifting, it'd be
관리장
us.
봐.
Hey, manager,
또
bud,
온다고.
more incoming. Gun him down. Adjusting density of information on screen during combat. At the top right of the in-battle screen, there's a button that adjusts the amount of information displayed. The three options set the display min, mid, or max, respectively. The maximum information display configuration. This is the default setting applied when first starting the game. More information is shown compared to the other two settings. Details on keywords used in skills are shown as well. The medium display configuration in this setting, details on keywords used in skills will not be shown. Otherwise, its functions are the same as the maximum setting. Honestly, we are almost 2 hours into gameplay, and I am so done with tutorials. I'm about to start just skipping all of them. I'm about to do what I did in Lobotomy Corporation and die for hours on end because I don't know what's happening because I'm just exhausted. I'm so exhausted with these fucking tutorials. Stop it. In many cases, I would rather just suffer for a little bit than deal with that. So green is the only one that I have the option to get.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
A combo on. I'm supposing that some of these characters will combo better than others. These guys are weak to these are rats. They're weak to slash.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 아름답지 않네.
What do you mean we are the opposite then? You mean you love tutorials? You gobble them up? Nom nom nom. Give me more tutorials. I'm very much a learn by doing person.
들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
I don't know. By the time the tutorial information is relevant, we'll have forgotten anyway because it'll be in Kanto 5. That's kind of like you'd rather be handheld for a while rather than have nothing. I'm completely the opposite. I like as soon as I feel like I'm being patronized, I feel I get like itchy. Like I can't really explain it any other way than to just say that like it feels like my skin is crawling and I just don't like stop talking to me. I just want to press the buttons and play the video game. So I'm looking for information, I guess, details. Okay, so he's blue-green, so he's pride and gluttony. That's gluttony, right? And he's blue-yellow. She's green-orange. Hold, click on them. Okay. I see. So we do get different bonuses for characters as we move along, but for now, there are certain people who would be better comboed. So like yellow, blue, that's orange, purple. Orange, purple. These two would be a decent combo, right?
달리자, 로신한테!
And that's blue yellow. He doesn't really match up with anybody. Let's take a look at somebody else. She's blue yellow.
즉시
We'll take her.
출격하겠습니다.
And I like her. Just I think she's cute.
내가
I think
나설
she's very
차례인가?
smoochable.
어이,
I like a woman who looks like she could literally
곧
cut my head
손님이
off.
방문할
I'll
거야.
be right back. I'm gonna grab some more coffee and take a tinkle break. If we're having a discussion about which character belongs in the trash and you're not bringing Heathcliff into it, I don't understand what we're even talking about. Throw that man in the garbage immediately. He sucks. Hey, that's enough of that. Our guest will be here any moment. Virgilius said, poking his head out the window. Guest who?
처음으로 가는 던전이니까.
I have determined that we will need a guide, as this is our first trip to a dungeon.
저 혹시 림버스
Yuri.
컴퍼니에서 오신
I love
분들
Yuri.
맞나요?
Excuse me, are you the people from Limbus Company? Someone approaches us with apparent hesitation. You missed the vroom vroom? Well, it's in the vroom VOD. Someone approaches us with apparent hesitation.
만나보네요.
A fair warning, there's been a lot of complaining. I'll say that, like, so far my commentary has been about 60 to 80% complaining and very little else. We did have a discussion briefly about which characters were smoochable, and I've mentioned multiple times how I'd like to throw Heathcliff out of a 50-story building. You sure look like it. The bus had just about finished its meal and was crunching down on the last bits of bone. You think Yi Sang is more insufferable than Heath? Which one is Yi Sang? I thought that was the super smoochable guy. I'm Yuri, a former employee of the previous L Corp. I look forward to working with you. Previous L Corp, you mean? Has to be Lobotomy Corporation. Correct. We will move on to explore the former branch facilities of Lobotomy Corporation. That is the fallen L Corp.
저라면 불러도 절대 안 왔을 것 같은데.
No, that's Hong Lu. Yeah, Hong Lu is fantastic. Is Yi Sang is that the Yasad wannabe? I wouldn't have taken this job if I were you, even if somebody specifically requested me. I doubt the end of your employment here left any pleasant memories, it being a fallen wing and all.
무슨 소리야?
Yeah, he hasn't really spoken much, so I don't really have much to say about it. But literally every single time Heathcliff has been on screen, he is insufferable. Like, insufferable. Every single word is horrible. Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's just how I do. I like I understand that a lot of people are, you know, second monitor Twitch watchers, and I'm gonna read the whole thing out loud. What do you want about fallen wing or not? A huge payday will turn any brutal work into a charming memory. I heard those facilities are still crawling with monsters even now. Not monsters, abnormalities. Regardless, what you said is true, but it is also a home to more important things than those entities. In the deepest zones of the branch facilities are plant-like growths that have only recently begun to form, the essence of L Corp's technology. Dante, if you remember what I said a few days back, I offered you the chance to eventually engrave your aspect. Once this essence, the golden bowels, is retrieved, it'll be easy as pie. Hearing the word aspect still makes my head ache. It's his like activation phrase or activation word. He just instantly, Clockman instantly gets a boner. What exactly was I trying to do?
억지로 떠올리려고 할 필요는 없습니다.
There's no need to rouse your brain trying to remember what you can't. It'll all come back in due time. Read this, Panscrap. Holy shit. I'm being heckled. I'm being heckled by the person who got me into this. I returned a slow nod to Faust's placid advice. Alright, for now, I should focus on what my present self is able to process. And if it's Lobotomy Corp we're scouring, we might come across some Ennicaplin too. Oh, does that mean we won't have to feed more people to our vehicle? We could also grab some ego if we're lucky. So that's 3 rats with 1 stone. Ego. That's another unknown term that makes me tilt my head. Oh. It is hard to force myself to read Heathcliff's lines. I genuinely, it's like, and I've mentioned this already before on stream, but it's like law in Tales of Arise, which I played on a private stream, and law in Tales of Arise. If you've never played it, he is an absolutely irredeemable ass, and every single time he opens his mouth, he sounds like a fucking idiot. And reading his stuff out loud was pain. In any case, it seemed rather rude to keep talking to each other when we had a guest on board. And apparently I wasn't the only one who
유리
thought so.
씨는
So, Miss
무슨
Yuri,
일 하며 지냈나?
what have you been up to after L Corp? So far, I like Gregor. He seems like just a pretty normal dude. One of the interesting things about Gregor being a perfectly normal dude is that he's like a bugman, and he's got buggy bits, but it's one of those things where it's like you would expect him to be, I don't know, like a bit off-put or set about like chip on his shoulder kind of thing, but he's so chill and so relaxed. I dig this character's vibe. So, Miss Yuri, what have you been up to after L Corp? Gregor flashes what looked like his best attempt at a kind smile at our new passenger, hoping to strike up a conversation. The corners of his eyes twitched from forcing a facial expression he obviously wasn't used to, but I pretended not to
내가
notice.
보아하니
It appears to me that thou art an honorable fixer. It is said that all fixers exude the noble scent of heroes. As Yuri gave a slight nod, I heard Ishmael release a deep sigh. I don't know who gave you that idea, but fixers are anything but noble or heroic. The only scent you'll smell is the miserable stink of wage slaves.
다른 밥벌이 찾는 게 쉽진
It couldn't have been easy to find another job so soon. Good that you're holding up.
아직은
For now, I'm just a
계약직이에요.
contract worker.
아하.
That explains why you decided to come
기어들어온
crawling
이유도
back
예전
here.
직장으로
Don't be rude,
돌아가서
Ishmael. Goddamn.
크게 한탕이라도
Did they
치면
promise you a team leader
성적이라도
position or
주겠대요.
something in exchange for a major find in what's left of your previous workplace?
실적을 세우면
My contracts might get
계약
extended
기간을
if I return
늘어날지도
with
모르겠어.
results.
그렇지.
Right.
보통
Strong
계약직
performance
시절은
becomes a life or death
실적 하나에
matter
목숨을
if you're
걸어야
aiming for a
되니까.
permanent spot.
그거
And what a
참
pointless life it
부질없는
is. Jesus
목숨이네요.
Christ. Ishmael, chill the fuck out. Read the room. Does not know how to read the room. Absolutely does not know how to read the room.
아까부터 왜 이렇게
What's with all the sarcasm? Something
그렇게
grinding
마음에
your
안 들어?
gears? Gregor straight up is just like, bitch, chill. I love that. I love that about that. I love that about him.
글쎄요. 처음부터 끝까지
Everything I hear
마음에
right
안
now is
드는
getting
거
on my nerves.
천지라.
It sounds like somebody is reflexively irritable about fixers. Seemingly unaffected by the abrasive attitude, Yuri quietly took an empty seat. Glancing between the two of them, Gregor returned to his seat as well, scratching his head. I don't think I'll ever get used to being around these
빨리
people.
배어드는 편이
You want to
편할
fit in as
겁니다,
fast.
딴
You
때.
want to fit in fast if you want to make your job easier.
결혼
We're on
출발하지.
time to go. Our guest
손님께서
has taken a seat.
메피지에 빵빵.
Mephi's
사람도
tum
빵빵.
revived. Charon raging to drive. I love that. Charon is so good. All right, time to gun him down.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게 아름답진 않네. 완전한 침묵.
So this is baby mode in the beginning. Basically, whatever I choose, it's like impossible to lose, right? Who's got the blue? Oh, okay. The most beautifulest boy is rockin' blue, and it ain't working.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Turbo baby mode. Yeah, you can literally just slide your finger across the screen and win instantly. Oh, they are rats. He's a nepo baby. He can't help it. You could say that he was born that way. I mean, honestly, you could say that he was born that way. It's not his fault.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게 아름답진 않네.
늘 새롭다니까요.
The intro seems to be mostly reading, which I'm not opposed to.
고작
but-
이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의 자격은 없는 거지.
Okay, so this just gives me enemy info, and it's got EX objectives, so just like objectives for completing. I feel like this is the intro here is all just like it's basically impossible to fail this. Okay, so Nepo Baby rockin' blue ×3 and yellow ×2. And who else do we have that's got blue? That was blue and green. She's rocking purple, orange. And we do have blue here. Yeah, I know that this combo is not a combo. They're not really rocking it too well, but I don't care. I feel like she's probably the one who fits in the least, but I refuse to change.
이오티스 참전합니다.
Did you do any pulls? I did do pulls. Listen, I'm gonna say it again. If standard extraction should never be pulled from, it shouldn't exist. That's all. That's I'm just gonna say. Like, the developers should not allow it to exist if it is always a waste of points. Pull. I'll give you something to pull. Excuse me, I don't remember showing you my map. How do you know where you're going? No answers were returned, but the bus keeps speeding away. By using intuition. Charon's intuition. What? Pinky hair. Explain why you're wagging that odd paper in Charon's face, in Charon's face. Because you keep going in weird directions. Take a look at this map. Our destination is to the southeast of here. Charon reluctantly gives the map a cursory glance as she couldn't continue to ignore it when it was shoved right in her face. I love this image of Charon just barely able to see over the steering wheel and just willy-nilly driving in different directions while we're also complaining about like how inefficiently we're able to harvest Enekaflin, the incredibly rare fuel source, and Charon is just driving around wasting fuel, going straight up clown music, vroom vroom. Exactly. Follow the heart. That's where the true path lies. Here, we must all follow our heart's lead. As our hearts lead. You're just admitting that you can't read a map. You took the words right out of my mouth. Yuri and Ishmael put a palm over their respective faces at the same time, almost like they were in sync. Oh, did our driver make a new friend? Pinky keeps on blabbing. I know the way. No, I mean, we're headed in the wrong direction. Look ahead, more obstacles. Do I vroom vroom? No, Charon, hold on a moment. Looky, nice bus you got there. Why don't you give me a ride? I guess Mephistopheles could use a helping of dessert. Get on down. It needs to be fed just a bit more. Like I said, it's no wonder that this thing needs more fuel. Charon's driving around just wasting gas constantly. She was driving towards people to Num Num. Yeah, but I feel like it's one of those things where you're driving, you know, you're spending a half of a tank of gas to get to the destination where you can get more gas whenever you could have just gone like 10 meters the other direction and reached your destination. Not really any combos here. It's baby mode anyway, it doesn't matter. We need more energy. I wasn't insulting anybody, okay? I've said on multiple occasions, and I'll say it again, Charon is adorable, and I wouldn't change her. Optimize baby mode even further. Well, you have to go beyond, plus ultra.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
Oh my goodness. Your girl just got beat out real bad in all them rolls. That's odd.
재밌는
That's the first time
순간이에요.
that's happened before, where I get to the end and I can't connect the last two chains. This is probably a putty question, but does the game even let you borrow my IDs? The ones that I have on my card are all maxed.
관리자님의 99% 명령과
You can so I can just like
제 실력이 합쳐진
borrow.
결과였습니다.
Basically, I can take your like giga chatted out characters and put them in my pocket and use them. That seems like cheating. That doesn't seem right.
그럴듯한 예술이라면 더 좋을 텐데 말이야.
카론,
Maximum baby overdrive. I don't think I'm gonna do
사투리일까요?
that. I think I'm gonna earn my own maxed out characters. Now, Karen, tell me, is this east or west? Karen only knows two directions, Mephi's front and back. How did you come so far with a driver who has zero sense of direction? Karen, like I said, the sun rises from... At the driver's seat, three heads gathered together over a map. Well, one of them might have been a slightly different elevation from the others. Chiquita, aren't you gonna join them too?
무례한 소리!
I beg your pardon, I am no child, I am most certainly not little. Watching Don Quixote shake her fist sky high at Rhodia, I noticed a bitter gaze falling upon them out of the corner of my view. I'm starting to think that Yuri might have put up with a rough childhood. Gregor cast a quick glance toward me, shook his head, and went back to watching the driver's side with his chin propped on his hand.
그렇게 어린 편도 아니야.
Wouldn't be on the youngest side either. Some nests used to conscript anyone old enough to hold a knife. Nests. They explained that a nest is basically the center of a district, if my memory is correct. Sounds like nests used to get involved in wars with one another in the past. Did that happen
아주
often?
없는 일은 아니었지.
Not frequently, but it sure as hell did happen.
관리자 양반.
Interested in learning about
전쟁에
wars,
대해
Manager Bud? Oh, not really curious about the details, just gathering info I should know as the manager. Just as I went to speak again, a sideways glimpse of a look on Gregor's face made me pause. He had this faraway look in his eyes, as though he was staring past the
그런
driver's seat.
자세를 뭐라고 하고
Don't get me
싶은
wrong,
건 아니야,
Manager Bud.
관리자 양반.
I'm not calling you out or anything.
오히려
Heck,
좋은 자세
it's
아니야.
actually a pretty stand-up attitude for a
상관의
boss,
귀가
I'd say. He slowly continued taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket.
그래도
Still, ignorance is
개인적으로는
bliss,
모를
if you
수
ask
있을
me.
때 모르는 게 기회일지도
I think you should
모른다고
savor it
생각해.
while you still
일단
can.
알게 되면
War is the kind of knowledge
다시는
that
모를 수
sticks
없게
to
될
you
테니.
and never lets go. I will say to a certain extent, yes, ignorance is absolutely bliss. Yeah. I'd rather know than not, but not knowing and being completely ignorant of shit like war. It's nice. Without another word, he lit his cigarette. No, you should have turned right at that intersection.
괜찮아요,
It's
카론.
okay. Karen,
조금만
we
더
can
가서
turn
꺾어도.
around at the next junction. Ah, the woes of a driver. Well, it looks like we
지금 더
have more
급한
pressing
건
matters at hand.
목적지로
Ain't
가는
that right,
길을 아는
Manager Bud? War never changes. So mine would let it go maximum. Yeah, sure, right. Gregor chuckled, each snort sending a puff out of his smoke-filled mouth. I was still curious to learn what he'd been through, but he is right that I should focus on other things for now. Because, as if on cue, an urgent matter presented itself right before our eyes, or rather right at the doorstep of the bus. Enough squabbling now, more enemies inbound. You shoved my pals into that bus, you sick bastards! Are you nuts? You'll pay for this. They saw what happened, and why are they assaulting the bus again?
연료들이 시끄러워. 카론, 2명 이상 시끄러우면 어지러워.
Verg, the fuel is acting up. Is it Verge? Verge. The fuel is acting up. Karen gets woozy when many mouths start being
걱정할
noisy.
필요 없다, 카론.
Nothing to worry about, Karen. They'll
이제부터
shut their mouths
조용해질
soon enough.
정원.
Off the bus. Verge is Verge.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
We're doing some slothies, and we're doing some lusties.
늘 새롭다니까요. 해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
This is, like, it's comically easy. Like I know that we are still in Giga Baby mode, but it is like it's patronizing, honestly. It's like ridiculously easy. Just like the start of Ruina. I genuinely have a hard time remembering what it was like whenever I played Ruina for the first time, because it was I don't know, like it feels like eons ago. Ruina only really got hard. That's true. Ruina only really got hard for me once I hit Tamari. But then it got really, 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 really hard. So maybe that's what's gonna happen. Let's look at the map again. Karan, can you please focus? A question reared its head as I stared at the trio arguing over the map again. This bus was made specifically for Limbus Company, right? It was made exclusively for us, to be more precise. Isn't that basically what I said? It's not what you said. You don't appear to be catching the nuance. That's weird. I don't think I spoke that part out loud. Is the clock broken or something? I can tell as much without hearing it verbalized. There is nothing that Faust does not know, after all. Anyway, it must have taken a long while to get it out of the oven, especially with that mouth on the side. It only took the expected amount of time. She's downright oppressive to talk to. Faust is a well-renowned genius. She knows the ins and outs of the city. Boy, if you're so smart, why don't you help those twits at the driver's side figure out the way? Can't sleep a wink with the constant bickering. Faust is no meddler. She answers questions but doesn't intervene without being asked first. Additionally, there is no greater joy for a human being than to ponder on problems in order to grasp an answer. Faust would rather not spoil that delight. He wouldn't get it. I doubt he's pondering on anything ever. He's a dumbass. I saw Heathcliff's grip on the Bat Titan, however. With Virgilius casting a glare his way, he clicked his tongue as he crossed his arms and forced his eyes shut. I wonder why they're always so prickly. You and me both, Manager Bud. You and me both. With Gregor quietly snickering, the bus resumed its ride. You need to read Faust more Faustily. I'm sorry, am I not doing the Faust in your mind justice by my reading of Faust? I think you'll need to give me a demonstration the next time we're in voice together. I don't know what it is to read Faust more Faustily. You need to read Faust as the nerd emoji. I will do that. From now on, I will read Faust as the nerd emoji, and you know, the monkey's paw curls. I know how to actually I'm aware of how to do that voice. I've done it before. I'm something of a nerd myself. Select to battle to begin the encounter with the currently deployed sinners. I'm being railroaded again. Craig, you know those people? Huh? Give me a break. There's no way I'd know someone in this corner of the back streets. Gregor's face stiffens the moment he looks out the window. Bugheads? That's rude. She's like, hey, do you know those guys? They've got bug bits just like you do. Unlike the other enemies we'd run into, they were part insectoid. Gosh, Dante, thank goodness you got a clock for a head. I would have gagged every time I looked at you if you were a huge bug like that. That's so rude to Gregor. Isn't that the same type of augmentation you have, Gregor? They transplant those disgusting bug heads onto their necks on purpose? You'd better stay away. Wouldn't want to get infected and turn into a bug, nah? Are you serious? Just a joke. Do I have as weird a sense of humor or what? Do I have a weird sense of humor or what? Gregor scratched the back of his head awkwardly as the bus made a dragging grumble and came to a deflating halt. Most former G-Corp employees were given biometric augmentation procedures like Gregor was. You used to work for the old G-Corp, Gregor? Heard back then they were. Ishmael frowned as if she'd remembered something unpleasant, but didn't elaborate further. Gregor managed to smile, but his hardened features didn't relax in the slightest. I wonder, where do people like them sleep at night? For many, the sky is the roof over the head, and the stars are their firelights. Ah, so they're the poetic sort. I don't think that's what he meant. And I see their bent ones standing in our way. Aren't you going to get off,
굳이
Gregor?
날 찝어서
Mind
말하는
telling me
이유는?
why you're singling me out? Well, I'd rather not be the one to ramble about someone else's history. Take the lead, Gregor. You know the reason for it.
고약한 사람이네.
You're one nasty fellow. A cluster of insect-headed soldiers were gathering close to the bus.
어디
I'm not too fond of
앞장서는
taking the lead.
뭐야?
What are you?
왜
Why does
우리랑
your
같은
arm look
팔을
like
가지고
ours?
있지?
Hold on, I've seen that face
주로
before.
포스터나 잡지에
Mostly on
서식했던
flyers
적이
and
있지.
magazine covers, I'd bet. Gregor, do you know them from somewhere?
그런 게
Not really
중요한 건
important
아닌
right
것
now,
같은데요,
manager. Now is
관리자님.
really not the time to be digging into the
신경
past.
쓰이긴 하지만
That arm bothers me, but
아무렴 어때?
whatever. Point is, I can't let you
어쨌든.
through. Is that so? I suppose we can't talk this out.
그런데 이것들은 왜
Anyways,
대놓고
shouldn't they
벌레
at
모습인
least
채로
cover
다니는
those
거야?
insect parts before coming out where people can see them?
어린애들은
They'd
마주치면
make kids
눈물부터
cry. Couldn't they have made
터뜨리겠어.
their parts less
그랩처럼
conspicuous like
칠해버려.
yours,
내가
Greg?
특이한 케이스야.
I'm a special case. The
대부분은
procedures
머리통에
made
무조건
those
곤충
buggy
부분이
parts
붙어버리거든.
grow on the head most of the
그러니까
time. Although I'm not
운이
sure if I should
좋았다고 해야
consider
할지
myself
모르겠네.
lucky.
이유는 모르겠지만
It
저
feels like they're
사람들
trying to stop us from
우리가
getting to the
로봇의
branch
집을
facility for
우리들도
some
황금
reason.
가지를 노리는
Are they
거야?
after the golden bough too?
그럴지도 그
Maybe.
정수를
There are
원하는
many
자는
who seek the essence
너희였으니까
after all.
각각이 바라는
And I'm
소망도
sure they all have their own
다양할
wishes.
테고.
왜
Isn't
날
that so?
쳐다봐?
Why are you
내가
looking at
알고
me?
없잖아.
I'm just as lost as the others are. Gregor, poor guy. Also, only this Faust should sound like this. Everyone else should get the normal voice because funny. I try to do a teensy tiny little bit of voice modification for each character, but it's not going to be a lot because there's a lot of text. Let's learn how to ego. Ego are each sinner's unique skills that could be used regardless of the identity they're wearing. Let's inspect Sinner Heathcliff ego and press and hold Sinner Heathcliff's portrait at the bottom. Okay. Every ego currently equipped by Sinner Heathcliff are visible here. Body sack. Using ego skill consumes ego resources and SP. The amount of SP consumed by each ego is listed at the top left corner of the information card. Now select this body sack. Okay. It seems you don't have enough ego resources to use the skill. Each ego skill requires a certain amount of ego resources to activate. Okay, so we need yellow and purple. Or orange and purple, sorry. Here you can view the numbers of ego resources and their affinities required to use this ego skill. It seems that we don't. Okay, I know we don't have the resources. I've already deduced what we need. Oh my god, Faust, please shut the fuck up. Please stop. You don't have enough ego resources? Press the win rate button in order to sinners to choose their own skills based on the clash win rate. As you can see here, an enemy is about to launch a powerful attack against Sinner Heathcliff, and it's unlikely he'll win this clash. When a unit is about to clash with a difficult enemy skill, you can use an ego skill to turn the situation around. Their high power makes them especially effective against strong enemy skills. If there are any usable ego skills for which you have enough resources, it would be indicated in the shape surrounding the center as shown here. Press and hold Sinner Heathcliff's portrait again to enter the ego selection menu. Now you have enough resources to use this ego skill. Double tap to select body sack ego skill again to equip it in Heathcliff's skill slot. Once selected, the ego skill will automatically be equipped in the bottom skill slot of the respective sinner. Equipping a different ego skill in the same slot or swapping it for a defensive skill will unequip the current ego skill and refund the ego resources spent to equip it. Now, let's return to the battle at hand. Jesus fucking Christ. The SP cost is consumed the moment the ego skill begins its attack. Oh my god. Be warned, letting a sinner's SP drop too low may cause them to panic or become corroded by their own ego. She really seems to. You'll get shoved in this bag too. They're making me use Heathcliff. Raising ego skills thread spinning tier unlocks ego passive. Once the turn in which it was my god. Once the turn in which this unit used the ego skill ends, and the battle moves to the next turn, the skill's unique ego passive will activate. You can view detailed information about ego passives in each center detail info menu. What's the passive? This is the passive? Gain 1 attack and gain 2 haste next turn? Can I click and drag again? Am I allowed to play the game again? Are you done griefing me, Faust?
그 누구도 볼 수 없게. 기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
Is there any way to disable the screen shake in this game? That's a really good question, Kiriko. And welcome back. I hope you're doing well. How's the new job going? Awesome, I'm glad to hear the new job's going well. It doesn't appear that there is a screen shake off button. I could just be blind. But I don't see anything indicating that.
간다.
You wanted to give the game a try, but the screen shake and zoom-ins would just make me nauseous. I totally understand. Honestly, like, this and Library of Ruina had a similar kind of, like, the characters bouncing all around and the screen going all crazy. It is, it's tough to get used to, and most certainly it's like trying to convince somebody to play games on an Oculus Rift or whatever they're calling it now that Facebook bought it, but like trying to get people to play a game in VR whenever VR makes them like physically ill. It makes sense you wouldn't be able to get into it. Well, don't push yourself watching. You know, I don't want you to get nauseous while watching the stream. You can turn off motion blur and bloom. Where can I do that?
고작 이 정도로 들떠한다면 예술가의
I must have
자격은
missed it
없는
in the
거지.
settings. Let me go to... Where's the settings? It was just a cog before, and now there's nothing. Window. Sinners. Drive. Theater. Extract. Dispense. Here? Customize? No. You passed it? Okay, window. Settings. I see it. Graphics? It did it not change my the resolution reverted for some reason. Oh, holy shit. Okay. This is something I didn't know that was. I'm sorry, but I click on graphics and this is all I see. But it's not my fault that this was designed for phones, okay? I sure would like your friend code. Bloom and blur. We'll turn this off. Coupon code. Where's that? Where do I input friend codes? Where do I do that? Is it in settings? It's not coupon codes. Also, if you guys have any coupon codes, the Limbus company thing on the bottom left. Okay. Friends. Add a friend. If you want to be my friend, feel free to put your stuff in the thing, and I'll enter it into the doohickey. Search, huh? What the hell? G 289772890. Search. Oh, this is you. Okay. It's so busy. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Yeah, if you want me to add a friend. Did I not just add your friend? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. They have to confirm. Okay, got it. And then M 968721632. Confirmed. You can just copy paste. Yeah, but the chat is not on the same window as I'm playing on a different PC. I don't know if you can see my laptop right here. This is what's hosting the game, whereas my desktop is what's hosting the stream.
아침은 무사하오. 간밤 동안 잊어버린 것 하나 없이.
Yeah, my
모든 게
PC is like
돌아온
15
것이오.
years old, so it can't play games and stream at the same time. It would explode. So many possible beating your mood jokes. Okay, let's keep on vrooming, shall we, lads and ladies?
We'll learn about ego overclocking in this encounter. For this purpose, you'll be granted temporary access to one of Sitter Yoshi's ego.
We're now friended. Look at that.
Select the Ego tab. Select the Ego. View all equipped ego here. Let's return to the team loadout menu. View the ego resource required to use the deployed Sinner's equipped ego and the amount of ego resources your deployed Sinner's skills can generate here. Let's begin the encounter using your choice of deployed Sinners and ego.
이게
I tried to back out so that I could
최선이겠죠?
add you, Putty. I'll get you after this one's done.
역시
We're here. Charon knew the way all along. No, you didn't. Sinclair and I were next to you the whole time, pointing you in the right direction.
그래도 이제
I'm just glad you finally learned how to tell
수 있어서
southeast from
다행이에요.
northeast now, Charon. So this is the old L Corp.
저도 직접 보는 건
This is my first
처음이에요.
time seeing it for myself too.
그 일이 있고 나서
It can't have been long
시간이 오래
since that
지나서
happened.
세상에.
My goodness,
어떻게
how does a
건물이
building
이
get
모양일 수가
this
있죠?
run down? Ha.
부잣집
So the
도련님한테는
posh lad
익숙하지
can't even
못한
handle seeing a
광경인가
karate
보군.
place, huh? Shut the fuck up, you
잡담은
click.
그만.
Cut the chatter. Off the bus
하차한다.
now. Huh? There are people over there.
유리 씨와 같은 사무소의
They're fixers from the same office as Miss Yuri.
사지부에
They are
이미 몇 번이나
experienced
방문한 적이
explorers who have
있는
delved through the
경험자들이죠.
branch facilities of L Corp a numbers of times.
인사하지.
An introduction.
왼쪽에
then.
있는 분은
The person on the
홉킨스
left is
씨.
Hopkins, and the one on the right is
그리고
Aya.
안녕하십니까.
Hello.
붉은
The
시선님
red gaze.
직접 만나뵐
It's
수
such an
있어서
honor to meet you.
정말 영광입니다. 소문으로만 익히 들어왔었는데
I've heard so many stories of your deeds. To see you in person, it's.
저 앞에 허름한
See the shabby
창고
warehouse there?
보이지?
That's where the stairs leading down to the
안쪽에
branch facility are.
계단부터는 여기.
From there on, Yuri will be
요리
your guide.
여기
Yeah.
해결사
These
분들도
fixers aren't rookies either.
경력직이니
Count on them to deal with any
돌발 상의만
complications.
하면 되었겠지.
That should be enough, yeah?
내
This is as far
통행은
as I can accompany you.
여기까지다.
I'll be waiting back at the
어스.
bus. Huh? Wait, what?
언제까지고
You're sorely
뒷바라지를
mistaken
해주고
if you
있을
expect me
거라
to babysit you forever.
생각했다면
혼자서 발 뻗고 쉬고
You're saying you're
있겠다는
gonna take
건가?
back a seat while we do. You're gonna take a back seat while we do all the work.
애당초 내가 동행하면
If I get myself involved, the
너희들은
expedition would be a little
관광하러
too free of
내려가는
challenge, wouldn't it?
다를 바가 없지 않겠나.
It'd turn into a happy little tour.
한마디로 실컷
In other
쥐어짜주고
words, you want us to come back
썰리고
red, black, and blue.
보통 저렇게 말하면
That's the sort of thing people say when they're hiding something.
편한 대로 생각해.
Think as you like.
특별히
I got you
가이드분까지
guides and all.
붙여줬으니.
Now go make it count. Yes,
잘 해내고
I certainly
오겠습니다.
won't disappoint you,
붉은
Mr. Red
시선님.
Gaze.
최선을 다해보긴
I'll try my best, I suppose. Alright, we got some.
Every ego skill except for base ego skill can be overclocked. Press and hold Sitter Yoshi's portrait to bring up the list of her ego.
I'm like about to do something, about to click on something, and the whole screen turns black, and Faust is like, look, 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 look.
Let's try first using Ryoshu's newly acquired Ego Awakening skill. You can change the sitter's Sid resistances by using their ego. Check the Sid affinities of enemy skills and use an appropriate ego to adjust your resistances and gain an advantage.
Faust really wants you to drop a nuclear bomb on these traumatized vets. It's pretty fucked up. What do you want me to do? 34? That's a bit overkill, don't you think? This flame too.
예술의 황홀경치.
Well, just that guy just exploded.
순조로운 좋은 전략입니다.
Let's use that ego skill again. That was overpowered. We should do it again. Ego skills have the chance to corrode at lower SP values. Be warned, corrosion causes the sitter to use a corrosion skill, which attacks allies and enemies indiscriminately. You can view the corrosion chance here.
간다.
이 불도원 예술의 황홀경치.
Armed and dangerous.
Again.
Oh my god.
순조로운 전략입니다.
It is Pride Month.
Reaching minus 45 SP will guarantee that the sitter enters ego corrosion state. In an ego corrosion state, the sitter will indiscriminately attack both allies and enemies.
Why did you make me do this? I would probably never do this under normal circumstances.
You have to learn your lesson, of course.
해보겠습니다.
So she's manifested Giga Ego. It's neat. It is really cool. I feel like if you were just running a single person, it would be pretty OP. Because you could have every single die that you roll be, you know, you exploding people. Not manifested, this and manifested ego are very different. Well, that makes sense.
좋은 전략입니다.
This seems like a well, it's called ego corrosion. It seems like it's a oopsie doopsie whoopsie goof, like an uwu fucky wucky. Like whereas ego manifestation in Lobotomy Corporation was, or no, sorry, ego manifestation in Library of Ruina was something that was like akin to the distortion, but you basically manifested weapons. This is like it's almost like you're losing control, like you're distorting, but you're not distorting.
The sitter will recover from the ego corrosion state next turn, and their SP will reset to 0. Let's try the ego overclock this time. Press and hold Yoshi's portrait. Press and hold the ego skill card to ego overclock it. Using ego overclock forces the sitter to use the ego corrosion to use the corrosion skill of the ego.
Okay.
If you have enough resources to use the overclock ego skill, it will activate as stable overclock. If not, it will activate as unstable overclock.
Okay.
Activating stable overclock consumes 1.5 times the resources, including SP, compared to a non-overclocked ego, but it does not target allies. Warning, even a stable overclock can corrode your sitters, if their SP value is low. Activating ego overclock without enough resources will trigger unstable overclock. Instead, unstable overclock targets both allies and enemies indiscriminately, like ego corrosion, and any insufficient ego resources will go into the negatives.
Who asked?
해보겠습니다.
아름답진 않네. 모든 것을 태우는 것.
So that's a lot of damage. 90 damage. The poor vet. This might be the reworked part. This wasn't in the game originally. All these egos had corrosion skills and animation, but it was a pain in the ass to get, so they added overclocking. Makes sense. Let's learn how to use... Oh, God. Please stop.
Let's learn how to view the detailed information on your equipped identities and ego. Press and hold Center Yi Sang's portrait. Here you can view the selected center detailed information and upgrade them.
I can't do that, Putty. I can't do that. I can't... My brain don't work that way.
Select the tab here and view the selected identity of ego detailed information. Use this button to level up the selected identity. Use this button to uptie the selected identity.
I don't know what uptying means, Faust.
Identities get stronger with each level and uptie tier. Please verify your identities, levels, and uptie tiers prior to starting an encounter.
Is uptie like a prestige? She wants Yi Sang so badly.
Now let's check the details for this ego as well. You can view this ego's detailed information here. Select the tab here to view the detailed information for ego. These are the resources required to use the ego skill.
This is redundant. She's already told me this information.
The amount of SP spent when using ego skills is displayed here. When using an ego, the center's affinity resistance.
You already told me this, Faust. I already know that.
Use this button to thread spin or upgrade the selected ego. Upgrade ego skills by thread spinning the ego. It's recommended that you thread spin them. Please note that base ego thread spinning tiers will be raised automatically as you progress through the story. Please review the manual accessible here for more information.
Are you done? Are you fucking done now? Can I just play the video game? Are you quite finished?
이오티스.
She's the personification of nerd emoji except for fourth Faust. I really liked her before she did the tutorials. I really liked her. It's your fault for... Don't you dare victim blame, okay? It's not my fault. They put the things in the game to be read, and I am going to read them. Every Ruinous stream. Genuinely though, like, y'all have been here with me for this entire journey from Lobotomy Corporation to now Limbus Company, and I was laughed at for not reading in Lobotomy Corporation. I started to read and I got better at reading in Library of Ruina, and now here I am in Limbus being told to not read. I don't know. What do you want from me? It was the long con. I'm in shambles. I'm in shambles. Pepe hands. While the others were busy exchanging greetings, Virgilius called me over to a secluded corner. Let me warn you in advance that the guides are only grade 8 fixers. Grade 8? It means they're low-ranked drudges, errands being their main task. Put them to use, but don't rely on them. In other words, they're not dependable enough. I nodded to let him know that I understood his point. You might be the only one on the bus I can talk to in a meaningful way. Well, best of luck that day. Virgilius gave my shoulder a pat with a crooked smile and slowly made his way back to the bus. You read the skills, not the tutorials. I don't know what to tell you, boo-boos. I was told to read, and then if I don't read, people say Lamau. Reading is hard, and then whenever I decide to
해보기는 할게요.
Read, I'm told, Lamau. Reading is cringe.
순조로운 진짜
아름답지만
매일 새롭다니까요.
I mean, honestly, I'm at this point, I'm committing to the bit. So, you can't stop me. It's begun, and you can't make it end.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Yeah, we did the defense tutorials directly before you came in. You just click instead of click and hold on the portrait to change to the defensive maneuvers. I got that tutorial last. At the end of this, I should know every single system of this game and how it all works. That's what it should be at the end of this.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
The difference between the kinds of tutorials. Did they give a tutorial on defense skills? I don't remember learning that in the tutorials. The kinds of defense? Yeah, they did. They had the counter, the dodge, and block. Dodge and block I've experienced before, counters new, but it was all tutorialized.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
That's my understanding, is that in all of whatever this is called, a canter or whatever it's
재밌는
called,
순간이에요.
cantrip, whatever. The first act, the first chapter is baby mode, and I can just click and drag. I can put my face onto the keyboard and roll it across and still somehow succeed. Mostly I think this whole stream is just going to be story stream and me reading. And every single time I see Faust on the screen, I get kind of excited because I get to do the nerd voice. There's weird specifics of clashable blocks and stuff that isn't explained well. I mean, so you could tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding is like there's block, which blocks a portion of damage. If you win the clash, then you're able to block and negate the damage. Dodge continues to roll or flip and does that until you fail to beat them. And if you fail, you take full damage, whereas with block, you reduce the damage. And then counter, you absorb a certain amount of the damage, and then you hit with an unblockable attack. That's my understanding. If you look up, you can see the bonus lunacy you get. Yeah, I see that. I've been doing the bonus on all of them, I'm pretty sure. Clear within 10 turns. I can't not get the bonuses. Suppress the dungeon boss. Entering costs -1 of this thing that I don't have. You don't have enough Enikaphalin modules. Would you like to go assemble some? Sure. Would you like to assemble Enikaphalin modules? Sure. During the final stretch of each chapter, you'll be exploring a dungeon, a branch facility of the former L Corp. Designate the identities who will enter the dungeon with you. You can't adjust your team once inside, so choose wisely. When you're fully prepared, press the enter button. Click it to claim it? What? Click it to claim it? God damn it. Do I have to choose, or does everybody go into this? Everybody goes in. The current average level of identities in your loadout is lower than the recommended level for this stage. Enter the dungeon anyway. Why? Why? This is the tutorial stage. Why would it allow me? Why would it allow me to like get to this point and then not have? Fuck it, we ball.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
Fuck it, we ball. We entered the worn-down building of L-Corp's branch facility. The deeper we advanced into the dark ahead, the awful stench rising from the underground floor only grew stronger. Ugh, the smell, it's awful. I can feel the waste collecting in my lungs. Who talks like
머리가
that?
맑아지는
The odor is
냄새요.
so intense it circles back around to refreshing.
다시 한번 말씀드리지만
Let me warn you
이
one
안에서
last
죽으면
time. If
전투가
you die
끝나도
here, Dante won't be able to
되살아나지 못해.
revive you, even when the battle is finished.
Revive?
유행하는 개그인가
Must be a
봐.
popular joke or something. Whew, I can't even follow
요새
the kind of stories
도시에
that are
무슨
going around
이야기가
the city these
떠도는지도
days.
모를 정-
They seem to have misunderstood us, but seeing as Faust made no comment on it, I decided not to add my input. Because we could now almost make out the sources of the rancid smell before our eyes. Looks like they've been dead for a while.
정확한 관측이십니다.
An astute observation,
시체의 붕괴기에
Executive
다다른
Manager.
것으로
The corpses
보이는군요.
have reached the stage of active decay. Ugh,
벌레들이
the
한참
bugs are
잔치라도
having a
여는
feast
모양이네.
over
얼른
there.
서두르자고.
Let's just hurry along.
에?
Huh?
그래.
Something's up, Gregor, babe?
자기 혹시
Are you scared of
이건
bugs?
노파심인데
Now, while I
설마
believe
벌레
you're not
시체를
so
얼굴에
immature as
들이대는
to
유치한
shove dead
짓은
bugs in people's faces, boo!
하지 않을 거라비.
Just in case one of you. Put it away! You think that's funny? I mean, it
웃기잖아.
is hilarious.
벌레를
Who would have
무서워하는
thought that
게
you,
다른
of all
사람도
people,
아닌
be
자기
scared of
일처럼-
these creepy crawlies?
그래.
Greg,
그렇게
did it
싫었어?
bother you that much? Forget
거기
it. You
장난
there.
그만
Stop with
쳐라.
your mischief this instant.
관리자님이
Do
신경
not
쓰셔야
cause
할 거리를
additional
만들지
concerns for our
말란
manager.
말이다.
You're causing confusion and delay.
Hold
이
on.
시체는
This
아직
body here, it's still warm.
온기가
공격받은 건
Such is the sign of a
꽤
recent attack.
최근인 듯하고요.
The gloom that had cast over Yuri's face cleared after observing the bodies.
아니,
These aren't our,
로보토미
Lobotomy
corporation
Corporation's
여긴
employees.
이제 금광이나
I heard these
다름없는
buried
곳이
facilities are
되어버려서
considered pure gold
어중이
mines now,
떠순이들도
attracting all sorts,
모여든다더군요.
looking for a jackpot.
몇몇 해결사나 조직들 사이에선 로보토미 드림이나
That message will pop
엔케팔린
up if you have
러쉬란
11
말이
maxed out
도는
Giga Chads and one
정도니까요.
bench warmer for a passive slot, so I just ignore it. She got over her disgust of bugs so fast to prank Gregor. It's the best ship. I could see that, yeah. Phrases like lobotomy dream or Enikaphalin rush are apparently starting to catch on among fixers and syndicates.
로드
LDE rush. Got a nice ring to it.
조용히 있다가
Really
기껏
appreciate the
말한다는 게
input. Totally worth the long silence.
그런
Is such a
English
frivolous use of English not prone to
본래
blurring the
뜻을
original
제
meaning?
말이 그 말이
That's what I'm saying.
이성 씨
Huh? You seem to be
뭔가
talking
말수가
you seem to be
많아진 것
talking a lot
같은데요?
more than usual, he's saying. Yeah, stop it.
이상하오?
Does that reflect strangely?
그이는 원래
He was
말수가
never
적지 않은
really the
사람이에요.
quiet sort.
최근에 조금
He only had a
바뀌었을
shift recently.
관찰력이 높은 졸개가
It's not a
많아지는
bad
건
thing to have more
나쁘지
lackeys
않은
with keen
계속 지금의
eyes.
상태를
I'd like you to
유지해줬으면
keep that up.
좋겠군.
Let us march.
마치 그대가
You make yourself look like the captain
같구려.
here. I dare say that role belongs
관리자께서
to
할
the
일이라고.
manager. Please,
제가
forgive my insolence,
주제가
executive
넘었습니다.
manager. Frowning as she's Dwight Schrute coded. She's doing a Dwight Schrute. Frowning as though she were caught off guard. Otis bows to me as she apologizes. No, it's nothing. Let's head down. Most of the corpses' body parts were morphed in bizarre ways. One had insect wings protruding through their intestines, and another had horribly twisted antennae
우리가
hanging
아까
down.
마주쳤던
These look
자들이랑
kind of similar to the
비슷해
thugs we
보이지
ran
않아?
into just before, don't they?
그
You mean those
원래 머리 하고
bug-headed
있던
people? Quiet. I'm seeing uniformed
전방에
tangos
거수자
ahead.
포착.
As Otis noted, multiple figures could be seen down the corridor.
거수-
Uniform? What? What's that?
거동 수상자.
Unidentified
저기
targets,
지도
possibly
모른다고.
hostile. Mm-hmm. I'm sure we all had the same idea as to what Otis was referring to. The enigmatic abnormalities that might be roaming this facility, as Faust mentioned. That might be what those shadowy figures are. We have no choice but to face them.
어이,
Hey, who goes there? What we confronted weren't the creatures we'd anticipated, but people. It was too early to be relieved, though.
뭐야? 이 근방엔
Huh?
우리들뿐이라며.
I thought we were the only people around here.
입구 쪽에서
Did
처리를
they slip
못한
past our
건가?
team at the entrance? These scavengers keep coming out one after the
어이
other.
벌레들.
Boy, bug buggers.
아까 그 시체들은 너네 친구들이냐?
Heathcliff, why do you always make me roll my eyes and cringe? Your dialogue is the fucking worst. You friends with the bodies back there? Bodies? You bastards didn't.
잠깐.
Wait,
어디서 온 찌꺼기들인지
I don't know what
모르겠지만
hole you scum crawled out of, but hear me out.
어차피 너희도
You're here for the
엔케팔린을
Enikaphalin,
챙겨온
aren't you?
거지.
If you go
여기서 한
just
층만
one
더
floor
내려가면
down, there's a treasure
손쉽게
trove just waiting to be
엔케팔린을 얻을
nabbed.
수 있어. 거기는 너희에게 양보할게.
Whatever's on that floor is yours. We'll just take what we can here and be on our way. So you recognize me, huh? The moment the soldier's eyes landed on Gregor's face. I mean, I don't see what that fact has to do with Heathcliff. Their thin veil of affability crumbled.
배신자 녀석.
Fucking traitor.
아,
You must have been
너는 전방에
dispatched
소속돼
to the
있었나
front
보네.
lines too. Don't
어때?
I look better in real
그래도
life than I do in
포스터보다는
those
실물이
flyers?
헛소리 집어쳐.
Cut the crap. I can't believe I used to
내가 너
salute your
따위에게 경례를
face.
했었다.
이런 씨.
Whoa, easy there. It's not like you had to
실물이
salute me in
되고
person.
가짜는
You didn't
특혜로
suffer from a single side effect, did you?
시술 부작용 없이
You got to live a normal life, all
평범한
thanks to that
사람의
damned
삶을
privilege of yours. Boy, blimey. He's British. You could tell because he has a ton of Britishisms. I don't know. We'll see about that. Maybe I'll start using my I'll start using my really bad British accent for that. You didn't suffer from a single side effect, did you? You got to live a normal life, all thanks to that damn privilege of yours. We never even got a chance, you two-faced piece of shit. They discarded us like trash the moment we lost the war. I was tossed out all the same, you
모든
know.
군인들이 똑같지 않나?
Isn't that a soldier's life, to be discarded?
그중에서도
And I
너희들은
see where you decided to take your
버려진
life from there,
벌레처럼 살아가기
rifling through
선택했나
trash
보지.
and gunk like actual vermin.
적을
Halt.
도발해서 좋을 건
No
없지
good
않은가?
can come out of taunting your
당신도
foe.
군
You
출신이라면
served in the
알잖아.
military too, you know. You know where this is going.
앞에 서 있는 것들과 싸우게 될지.
We're not getting out of this without a fight.
순순히 보내줄
We were planning to
생각이었는데.
let you through. We really were. But now I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you and your traitor friend.
어이없는 새끼들이네.
Like hell
우리가
you were.
앵캐
You
팔리니
gotta wait
가져오면
for us to
그대로
climb back
뒤통수
up with the
갈겠어.
edifice so you could backstab us and swipe it.
그랬던
Wait.
거였어요?
Were they?
밑바닥에 떨어질
They've
대로
smashed
떨어진
right past rock
놈들한테
bottom a long
그
time
일이라는 게
ago.
남아있을
Don't
것
expect
같냐?
them to care whip for honor, eh?
가진 놈들도 뒤통수를
Well,
쳐 때리는
we're awful
판인데
broke and could turn
넌
each other
말로만 걸
themselves
기대하냐, 너?
something. But wait till I think of a voice. This is much more satisfying. This is much more satisfying to do Heathcliff like this. Dungeon structure. Your goal is to reach the last section of the bottom floor and retrieve the golden bow. The dungeon consists of multiple floors, each rife with events and encounters. Clear the sector at the end of the floor to proceed to the next. Nerd Fast and British Heath were getting close to peak dub. Each sector is connected to one or more paths. You can travel to adjacent sectors by selecting them. If it's possible to retrace your steps, so feel free to explore where you want first. Sustained damage. Sinners won't heal after battle in dungeons. Sinners with 0 HP are unable to participate, so keep track of their stats. Reaching a checkpoint will allow you to fully restore sinners. After losing a battle, you can reattempt it from the start with whatever living sinners remain on your full team. Okay. Combat, combat, and combat.
내가 나설 차례인가?
Sinclair must get your best little German boy voice. I can't. Is Sinclair's German? I can't. I don't think I have the juice to do that, dude.
출진이다!
I don't think I could do that. Heathcliff's one thing because I can just mumble Britishly and make it sound at least funny. I don't know how to do a German American accent.
늘 새롭다니까요.
All the accents. Sinclair, Faust, and Gregor are German in origin. The Faust is getting the nerd voice, and you can't make me stop. You can lick an actual boot every time you voice Otis. You gotta commit to the bit. Gregor lights his cigarette and takes a drag before sighing a long plume
다른
of smoke.
구원업체에 취직을 해도
They'd have fared better than
이것보다는
this if they got a
나았을
job at a security company or
평생을
something.
군인으로 살았던 자들이다.
Being a soldier is all
다른
they've ever
직업으로
known.
새
The
출발하기,
changes required for them to start a
적응하고
new life
바뀌어야 할
must
것들이
have been
너무 많았겠다.
overwhelming.
그리고
You've got no idea how
몰락한
stubbornly
날개
the stigma
출신이라는
of being
엄청난
a fallen
꼬리표야.
wing's remnants will
누가
cling to you.
받아줄
If
구두발을
anyone's
가르쳐줘야지.
generous enough to take you in, licking their boots is the least you can do.
아,
Sorry about that. Should have chosen my words more
미안하다.
carefully.
아니에요.
No, it's fine. I'm sure things were rough with G Corp's fault too. The breaking of a wing is a turbulent affair for many people. So there's no downside to just going back to the start. If I wanted to, because I want to do all of the battles. I've spent resources to come here. I want to do all the battles and get all of the stuff that I can out of doing this, which I think like I'll get experience and stuff from doing this. So
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
you can go. Well, they said that in the tutorial. Did you not read the tutorial? Did you not read the tutorial? They literally said it.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
출진이다.
I don't get XP from these fights. Do I get items? Do I get literally nothing from doing these fights? So it did say I can't go back and see what it said, but like it had enemy info and affinities. I read the tutorial in like October, give me a break. Do I have 5 selected? What are you, why are you giving me that pop-up that says select 5 when I already have 5 selected? Okay, let's take a little... Oh, Jesus Christ.
A different kind of approach is needed in encounters against abnormalities. Battles that employ this different approach are called focused encounters. Let's explore its mechanics. All abnormalities have one or more parts. Each part has their own set of skill slots and speed values. Abnormalities often have multiple parts that can be targeted. Each part uses skills from its assigned skill slots, and its speed values can change from turn to turn. In focused encounters, you must select the sitter's skill icons and chain them directly to the abnormality skill slots. Select a skill from the leftmost column of the dashboard. Now drag them from the selected skill to this enemy skill slot to chain them. Remember, in focused encounters, you connect the sitter's skills directly to the enemy skill slots.
That's what you just said.
Please press the gear on the left if you would like to zoom out and view the entire battlefield. Pressing the gear on the left while zoomed in will reset your field of view. Once you have connected every available skill to the enemy skill slots, the gear icon on the right, the button to enter the combat phase, will activate. Only then can you proceed to the combat phase. Jesus fucking Christ. Now, chain every center skill to the enemy slots, then start the combat phase using the gear icon on the left.
Just... Okay, I'm gonna... can I look at this? I don't have... Okay, so here's the information. We don't have any information on the resistances? Or, yeah, like, not... I don't know any of this shit, right? Who's ready for more tutorials? We're always ready for more tutorials here. Now, we're in the zone, right? We control the targeting. Faust thinks you're genuinely yeah, I mean, Faust thinks there's something wrong with me, for sure. But, you know, what are you gonna do? I guess we have to clash with these. And then we hit the get up and go button.
재밌는 순간이에요.
I don't have to, but I'm going to.
순조로운 전략입니다.
기다려. 아직 안 끝났어.
What is the point in this game where I actually get to figure out what the resistances are of different enemies? Is it after a specific fight I get to find out what the resistances of a particular enemy are, or like what the dealio is?
출진이다.
You can already see them. Can I? I mean, I clicked on the thing, but all of the resistances were just a dash. It depends on what part you're looking at. Well, the Pataculum Goulet, it's got dashes on all of this. Click body. Got it. Alright, well right now it's taking fatal from everything. So I gotta click body to find out. So slashing damage is what we should be focusing on. Slashing and blue.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
승리했어.
He's cooked.
좋은 전략입니다.
Okay. Speed determines the order of actions taken and focused encounters. The speed assigned to each unit for this turn can be viewed here, next to their skill slots. Speed of allied units can be viewed here on the dashboard as well. As you just seen, focused encounters are conducted by chaining your unit's skills directly to the enemy skill slots. Now let them learn how to handle situations where several enemies are focusing on a single allied unit. Hover over them and select this unit's slot here. Allies with faster speeds can force their enemies with slower speeds to redirect their attacks and clash with them instead of chaining their own skills against the enemies. Select a faster sitter and chain their skill against the enemies. So high number is faster in this case, and it's gonna force me to as demonstrated here. Allies with faster speeds than the enemy can strategically draw attacks targeting other allies to themselves, depending on the flow of battle. Another thing to note regarding targeting and redirecting: an allied unit targeted by an enemy skill can still clash against that skill, regardless of their own speed.
It's the same as speed time, Luna.
Chain your skills against the enemies. If an allied unit's speed is equal to or slower than the enemy's, they cannot redirect the enemy skill and may instead perform an unopposed attack.
I think I'm just gonna. She's like, I was already annoyed with Faust. I think I'm gonna start skipping the things that are just like really painfully obvious. There we go. We've initiated clashes with everybody, and we've got one free attack going in unopposed. Faust, would you like to play? It is really, it's one of those people who's like sitting next to you while you're playing a game that they recommended you to play, and are like, no, here, give me the controller, I'll show you how to do it. And then they beat the first boss for you, and they're like, see? Wasn't that fun? It's like, actually, no, that wasn't fun. I didn't like that one bit. Orange and orange and blue and blue and purple.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
좋은 전략입니다.
People complained about the lack of tutorials in Ruina, and so Project Moon decided to spite everyone. I genuinely, these tutorials, thank you for saying that, Putty, because these tutorials straight up feel like somebody is getting even. It is like gratuitous. It's insane. It's way too much. I still stand by it's basically the same thing they hate with a wall of text in both games.
전 처음 봐요.
I've never seen those before. I don't.
모른다고?
You don't know? Hopkins' face quickly turned into a cold frown. The expression on his face was such a far cry from his sycophancy before Virgilius that it sent shivers down my spine. No, that's not what I... don't you know why we bothered to let a fallen wing's feather into our office? to deal with requests taking place in L Corp branches more safely.
잘하네.
Exactly. I didn't expect much from a low-rank agent. You had two simple jobs: lead the way and tell us how to deal with those abnormalities, or whatever they're called. And now you're saying you don't know what these monsters are. What are we supposed to do here then, huh? Gosh, Hopkins. Feeling hangry? Go easy on her.
유리 씨가 처음 본 게
If they are in
확실하다면
fact new to
이
Miss
개체는
Yuri, then these might be another
환상체에서부터
type of
비롯된
entity derived from
무언가.
abnormalities, perhaps a new
어쩌면
species.
그 코퍼레이션이
That corporation
모든
might
환상체를
not have
관리하고
had
있지는 않았을
every
수도
specimen
있어.
in their confines either. Miss Yuri, there is no reason to lambaste yourself for neglecting to remember what you were never taught.
감사합니다.
Thank you, sir.
뭘 간질거리게 입씨름을 하고 있어. 가서
What's this you
두들겨
got
패면
to argue
되잖아.
about? We only need to beat him to death, don't we?
시킨다면 할 뿐이다.
Give the word and we'll do it. Hopkins, you suck. Yeah, Hopkins is a red shirt, right? He's gonna die. Okay, so this is the Lobotomy Corporation sign or signal for an abnormality, which I think is very cute. I
그럴
appreciate
듯한
that that's what they
예술이라면
decided to
더
go
좋을
with.
텐데 말이야.
This is why Ishmael was pessimistic. Okay, we've got a new abno now. And looking at the body, they don't like blunt damage. So we've got slashing damage up over here, and we've got blunt damage over here. Okay. So blunt, slash. It's an unopposed attack. We do need to intercept here. She's only got pierce. That's as good as that's gonna get. We've got a 5 we can use. That'll be a slash in the back. And then we can do an unopposed. Wait a second. Who is this guy hitting? Oh, we're doing blunt in the front. We could do slash in the back instead, but I wanted to intercept that. And then you're gonna hit her, so she could switch from slash. But then we don't have any blunt to counter that with. It's a 3. We've got nobody else to counter this, so she's gonna have to counter it herself. And this one's also hitting her, so she can't counter both. Everybody rolling like shit. Alright, so I guess they're gonna get one unopposed attack, and we're gonna get one unopposed attack.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
She wasn't being a bitch. She knew they were going to treat her like shit. Oh, that went pretty well. I think we just dive in on them with whatever we want then, and they should be dead.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Yum yum.
새롭다니까요. 아름답진 않네.
Pow pow. Video game easy.
역시
Impressive. I
붉은
expected
시선
no
눈에
less of the
수아들답게.
red gaze as underlings.
수아라고?
Underlings?
아이고.
Oh
우리
boy,
호킨스가
there goes
말
Hopkins in his big
실수를
mouth.
해서.
Let me apologize in his stead.
제가 그런데
Hee hee.
왜 이렇게 꾸물럭대는
What's
거야,
taking you so
호킨스?
long, Hopkins?
치질
Hemorrhoids
다시
acting up
굳었어?
again? How's your strained and aging ass? What are you talking about? I've never had. It happens, Hopkins. Relax. Hopkins slowly got to his feet after fidgeting for a moment. I noticed that his pockets were stuffed full, but I didn't bother to point it out. What are you putting in your pockets, Hopkins? Employee Lounge. So this is just a healing spot. You can find checkpoints as you explore, report, restore HP and SP. Okay. What do you mean? It takes me back to the screen. I guess it lets you change stuff.
Well, I suppose this place is as good as any.
As soon as I opened the door, Faust suddenly strode up to me and blocked my path.
Dante, close your eyes and look for the
어둠
star
속에 숨어 있는
hiding
별을
in the
찾아 너무
dark.
찬란하지도 않고
Though not radiant, it
은은하게
still
드러나고
waits to
있는
reveal itself. The
진리의
star
별
of truth.
말이에요.
The star. This one won't hurt,
별을
right?
찾는
It
것만이라면
shouldn't cause you any
아프지는
pain since
않죠.
you're simply locating it.
Something about the way Faust put it. Or something about the way that Faust put that bothered me, but I decided to trust her and blocked my sight.
다시 눈을 뜨면 까마득했던
Damn,
별은
Hopkins, you old. Hemorrhoids does not just happen to old people. I had a very troubled diet whenever I was a young person, and I oftentimes got hemorrhoids. It's something that happens, unfortunately, to lots and lots of people. And it doesn't mean you're old. It just means that, you know, something's going on with your gut biome and what you're eating. Faust is ASMR nerd face. I don't know if the voice I'm doing is ASMR. I think it wouldn't be very relaxing. Doesn't it happen when you sit on your ass wrong? No, it doesn't happen when you sit on your ass wrong. When you open your eyes, the star that seemed so distant.
당신과 눈을 맞추고 있을 거예요.
Anything can be ASMR if you listen hard enough, that's true. Will be returning your gaze. That's beautiful. That light, is it only visible to me?
Not quite.
당신을
Though,
통해서
through you,
이제
now all of
모두가
us can see
던전이
it.
아니지만
Even though we're inside a
모두가
dungeon,
별을
we can
통해
now reap the benefits of
당신을
your
통한
ability through
혜택을.
the
그럼
star.
얼른
Can you
시계
please hurry up with the
돌려주세요.
clock, then?
어깨뼈 쪽이
I think I
아까부터
dislocated my
탈구된 거
shoulder.
보인다고요?
The clock?
그 시계
It wasn't
정말 돌릴
just
수
for
있는
show?
거야?
돌아가기만 하겠어.
That's not all it
엄청
does.
신기한
They have a
능력을
really
가지고
neat
있다고.
power. You should come and
여기서도
take a
한번
look.
구경해봐.
Yuri. Will no one recognize the pain I endure? No, you're forced to be a sad clock forever. You'll just be a sad boy clock forever. Effective affinities are apparently red and, what is it, red and blue? The crystal blue one? Oh, that's handy. Red and blue. I'm not using Heathcliff. Although he is much funnier since I started reading him as
내가
British.
나설 차례인가?
There's definitely Sinner will play accounts. There's for sure. That's definitely a thing. Ah, that felt good. I'm dying over here. What an amazing clock you've got. I haven't seen that kind of technology anywhere. That has to be on the level of a singularity. Which wing could be behind it? Hopkins stared at my head with palpable greed. I tried to ignore it, but looking at his stuffed pockets again. Dante, why are you clutching your head like that? It's nothing.
파우스티안.
Miss Faust,
관리자께서
is it
가진
within our
시계는
manager's capacity to
저들의
use the
목숨을
clock's power
돌려줄 수는
to
없어.
restore the lives of the guides should they perish?
시계는
The clock only
수감자들에게만
works for us
동작해요.
sinners.
Oh, gee,
차라리
I
그게
suppose that's for the
낫네.
better.
배에 구멍이
Imagine you're
숨
dragged
났는데
right back to
못
life with a
죽고
gaping hole in
되살아나지면
your stomach.
그게 더
Wouldn't that
큰
suck?
잔이다.
Nah, you
배가
know what?
뚫린 거면
Dying
운이
from
좋은
getting a
거지.
hole punched in your
몇 초
guts,
안에
pretty
죽으니까.
lucky way to go. You'd be a goner in seconds. Huh? Wait. Huh? A tendril erupts from the wall and penetrates Aya's abdomen in an instant.
선원,
All
전투 준비.
units prepare for battle.
내가 말했지.
What did I tell you?
난 항상
I've always been a lucky girl.
운이
Aya!
이미 절명했어.
Her life is already cut short. Come now. You've got to keep it
아니,
together, especially in times
이럴
like these, yeah?
때일수록
But
일반적인 공격의
That was a
형태를
rather-
취하고 있지
Ah, that
않아요.
was a rather unusual form of
환생체일
attack.
가능성이 높습니다.
It's likely that we're facing an abnormality.
oh my god.
관리자님.
Executive
명령을
manager,
부탁드립니다.
orders please. I felt pity for Yuri. She looked at Aya's corpse and then back at us, tears welling in her eyes. Nevertheless, Yuri, Hopkins, Aya, those three can't revive. We have to fight now, if we don't want any more
현명한
casualties. A
판단이십니다.
wise decision, executive manager.
젖재 까기는
You
소리가
can make sense of that ticking?
해서
Otis leveled a fiery glare at Hopkins, but soon reminded herself of her priorities and took a sharp breath before bellowing out. The executive
관리자님의
manager has
명령이다.
given their commands,
철거위
lackeys.
진영을 구축한다.
Surround the enemy in formation. The target is the
전방
uniform
거수자.
head.
네.
Okay,
그런데
to be honest, I'm not
저걸
sure if you can
잘
say
수 있는지가
that thing
의문이구만.
has a form. A shadowed entity, its silhouette greater than a human's by several orders of magnitude, filled the room as its tendrils extended insidiously towards us. It was approaching, invoking in us a sense of terror unlike any foe we've faced thus far. The sword princess? Oh, it's all twitchy.
You have encountered a new abnormality. Please view its abnormality guide.
Lists information about the abnormality. The guide will gradually fill up as you battle the abnormality. Raise observation level by repeatedly encountering and battling the abnormality. Higher observation levels slightly increase the damage you deal against the abnormality.
Okay. You may encounter abnormalities with multiple parts of the dungeon you explore. In such cases, each part may have different resistances, passives, and skills. The abnormality's weak point is its fruit part. Target the fruit.
Jesus Christ.
Fruit.
Get off my screen, Faust. So blunt damage, and it looks like blunt and red, or wrath, is the focus. But we can also use pride. The stems and the roots also take bonus slashing damage. So focusing our blunt damage over here, and then targeting with our slashing damage elsewhere. It looks like we can only target the fruit though, because Faust is being a fussy baby bitch about it.
명령대로 하지.
A wow. A wow abnormality.
You destroyed a part of the abnormality. Let us consult the abnormality guide to see if anything's been updated. You destroyed the fruit part.
Okay, yes, I see that. I get it.
Physical resistance values for destroyed parts become fatal. Please note that parts marked as severable cannot be attacked again once destroyed, unless they regenerate. Progressing through the encounter will unlock the enemy's passive information. Reading the details and clues in the enemy's information window is crucial in winning certain battles.
When the fruit's destroyed, all parts are inflicted with 2 fragile. The fruit regenerates after 1 turn. So we basically, we're gonna teeter back and forth between killing the fruit and focusing on the other parts. Kill the fruit, focus on the other parts. Fragile.
Continue suppressing this abnormality.
Fuck all the way off of my screen so that I can read, Faust. Please, fuck off. Take 80% bonus damage this turn. Attack skill, final power +4 for this turn. Interesting. Okay. Why is she not fucking off of my... Why would I not continue to suppress the abnormality, Faust? Fragile! Okay, I'm going to try to ignore the giant pop-up window that's on my screen because Faust won't fuck off. I think she was like designed in a lab to specifically fuck with me. That's, I feel it. It's like an ad. It's like a fucking ad. Okay, slashing damage is the ticket here. I'm gonna try to hit with as much slashing damage as we can.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
Oof.
During focused encounters, you, the manager, may occasionally be tasked with making key decisions. In choice events, the tide of the battle may drastically shift depending on your choices, so choose wisely.
Function like skill checks. They have a required sin affinity and threshold to pass. Each choice event presents an affinity advantage. Selecting a sinner with a matching skill affinity to increase your chances of success. Passing or failing the check will determine the outcome. Okay. A heart torn into thousands of pieces must be kept from all eyes. Thus it burrowed into the ground and tangled itself. Yet someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. Yet someone has to pull up these thorny roots, as there is no wound that can remain unearthed. The sinners gave each other looks. Being coiled in piercing sharp pain was something to avoid even in one's dreams. Wrath advantage? Ryoshu walked with shaky steps. With bare hands, they dug up the roots. In their hands were the doubts of others. The sinner realized that while the injury may heal, distrust might take deep root in their heart. The effects of entangling roots expired.
아름다운 작품을 하나 만들었지.
Okay, that was neat. And now we're back to the fruit. We're in the kill the fruit phase, so smashing damage for sure. How much health does this thing have? 21? What's this gonna do? Projected 27? Plus 200%. I feel like that might be enough, and we should probably clash with the others.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Owie! Oh, the fruit didn't quite die. It survived with literally 1 point. But we need the fruit to die this turn. These are... what are these parts? These are feet? Roots. Alright, so left stem is cooked. We can do the right stem now. We'll pop the fruit this turn for sure. We got sinking. The next one time the unit is hit, take 2 fixed SP damage. I just realized we're staggered as well. Don't want that.
누구도 볼 수 없게.
Always overkill everything all the time. I'm getting the sense that I should have definitely overkilled the fruit last time. The sinners peered at its face. They gazed upon the weathered memories within, down to the holes left by pests. An apple does not culminate when it ripens to a glossy red. When the apple browns, cracks, shrivels, and attracts lowly creatures, that is when it has met its golden bliss. The sinners knew now was the time to bring the apple to the earth. The sinners knew now was the time to bring the apple to the earth. Okay? Pride advantage. Otis brought the apple to the ground. The fall left a dull thud. The fruit was emptied of its lifeblood long ago. Only futility remained. This attack allowed the sinners a brief moment of respite. The fruit got broken. Emily cleans up. We already did that. But okay. I'll do a giga focus, I think, on one part to try to kill one specific part.
해보기는 할게요.
Break it again.
안 되면 어쩔 수
Double break
없지만요.
it. You will be held liable for this.
늘 새롭다니까요.
Oh, get wrecked, bozo?
뭐야? 끝이야?
Oh, that's it.
환상체는
I heard abnormalities were
함부로
supposed to be so
제압하기 힘들
powerful that
정도로
even
강력하다고
suppressing them is a
들었는데
dangerous task.
클리포트 억제력 때문이에요.
It's the Quillpoth deterrents in
뭐?
action.
커피포트?
Oh, coffee pot.
환상체들을
A force that
약화시키는
weakens
힘이에요.
abnormalities. Its original purpose is to safely
격리실에서
supervise
보다
and
안전한
contain it.
황금가지로
As we
회수할수록
continue our
그
assignment in
억제력도
collecting more
점점
golden bows,
약해져가겠죠.
the deterrents will weaken
지금은
as well. The battle
이
didn't get too
정도로
complicated this time, but
나중엔 100번을
so we might be
깨어나도
going up against
힘들 수
abnormalities we
있다는
can't
말이네요.
kill no matter how many times we throw our lives against it later down the line. That's a terrifying thought. Where did its corpse go anyway? I'm sure that attack did it in.
분명 숨통은 끊어졌습니다.
It was felled without a doubt,
관리자님의
and thanks to your
탁월한
exceptional
지휘
command,
덕분이죠.
Executive Manager. Get your nose out of my asshole, Jesus Christ. It couldn't have just shot up into the sky, could
역시
it?
관리자님입니다.
Brilliant insight as
그럴
always,
가능성도
Executive
배제할 순
Manager.
없죠.
Such a possibility cannot be ruled out.
아니 너희 눈엔 이
Don't you
단단해
see
보이는
how
지하
thick the
천장이 안
ceiling
보이냐?
between us and the surface is?
이쪽을 보세요.
Over there. Yuri gestured towards something listlessly. The shock of losing Aya must have shaken her up pretty badly, but seeing her endure and keep her chin up, I figured it was best to just let her be instead of trying to confront her with a few words. Fun fact, the pianist would have been classified as a WoW class. That makes sense. Yeah. You wouldn't let Otis dive deep in that thing. Not in front of everybody. Is that an egg?
환상체의 핵이군요.
It's the core of the
적절하게
abnormality. When
제압했을
suppressed via
경우
appropriate measures,
이러한
it will be
아래
reduced
모양으로
to
환원되죠.
this condensed ovate form.
그리고 부화할 거예요.
And it'll hatch once enough time has
이거?
passed here.
그런 개
Hatch,
같은
you've
일이
got to be joking.
이것들이 죽지
You
않는다는
mean those things
소리인가요?
can't be killed permanently?
환상체는 죽지 않아요.
Abnormalities simply cannot die.
그래서
It's one of the
이
factors
생산
that
에너지가
contributed to the Alicorp's
어마어마했던
massive
것도
energy
하고요.
이
production.
상태의 핵을
When I
격리실에
used to work here, my
가져다놓는 게
job was to put the cores
제가
back in their
하는
containment
일이었는데.
units. Now things have changed. Is there anything that we
알이
can
다시
do before this
깨어나기
egg
전에 림버스
hatches?
컴퍼니에는
Limbus Company has a
이런
department
환상체들을
dedicated to
단단하게
dealing with
부숴가
abnormalities
별도로
like
있어요.
this. They'll handle the
그들이
retrieval of
회수해
the
갈
egg.
그
Right,
애프터
the
팀이요?
after team, was it? I remember hearing about them during
그럼
orientation.
시간 끌지 말고 빨리
What's
부르지
stopping you from calling him now?
연락은
A transmission device.
메피스토펠레스에서
It's Lord Mephistopheles.
그건 그렇겠지.
Mephistopheles. Figures.
너무 걱정할 필요는
No need to
없습니다.
worry. Once we have the golden bow,
황금가지만 찾는다면
we'll have to return whether
싫어도
we like it or
돌아가게.
not. Give me that golden bow. If Roland had simply used the coffee pot, Angelica would have lived. Rookie mistake. We went down another floor.
이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄 몰랐어.
Never thought I'd come back here.
대체적으로 로보토미
Most of
기구들은
Lobotomy Corporation's
여러 개의
facilities
층으로
consist of
구성되고
multiple
각자
floors. Each
층마다
floor should be
주인이
occupied
되는
by an abnormality
환상체들이
marking its
존재할
domain.
아까 그런
Seriously?
게 또
There's more of
나온다고?
them?
그런 그 전투
So
정보.
where'd you figure
아니,
out
그걸
all this
대체 어떻게 알고 있는
information?
거야?
Info about what we'll face and stuff.
파우스트는 모든 걸 알고
Faust
있어요.
knows it all.
안내에서는
The
기포
guide
팀이
said the
사전
before team does
정찰한다고
reconnaissance in
그냥 네가
advance.
관계자라서 하는 것뿐이잖아.
So you only know that because you have ties to the
틀린 말을
staff?
하진
That
않았잖아요.
information does not contradict my statement.
어쨌든
In any case, this
주요
means we should
적군이
expect at
매
least
층에
one major
하나씩은
threat on every
존재한다는
floor.
등 뒤에 적을 두고서 전진하는
It'd
멍청한
be
일을
idiotic
할수
to
없으니
advance into the
결국
unknown
그
with
층의
hostiles on
환상체를
our
정리해야만
six.
하겠군.
Looks like we'll have no choice but to take them down as we go.
파우스트가 할 말을 앗아가
You
버렸네요.
took the words right out of Faust's mouth.
말하지 않더라도 의도를
Is it
전달할
not
수
an ideal
있다면
thing to be able to convey your
그보다
intentions
이상적인
before
것은
they have been
없지
verbalized? Dante,
별을
it's
볼
time to see
때예요.
the star. I'm starting to feel like I'm being taken for granted. No, we're on another floor. Okay. Interesting. I was not expecting this to go on this long. As a tutorial dungeon, these things are pretty long. God damn.
목표인가요? 손쉽죠.
Another veteran appeared from the dark, his gait grim and heavy. He must have been a high-ranking soldier once. Despite his age, his badge still gleamed.
그레고르 과장,
Manager Gregor?
당신 얼굴은
I think I know your face, but from where?
자네 부장이었다.
I was the head manager of your team.
혼자 도망친 것도
It's incredible how a deserter like you has the audacity to kill my men. They were once our own comrades, you know.
이봐,
Look, the war ended a
전쟁은
decade
10년
ago.
전에 끝났어.
Haven't any of you learned to move on from
아직도
playing
병정은
soldiers?
끝나?
Ended? Nothing
아무것도 안
has
끝나.
ended. Nothing
아무것도
has ended. Damn it.
끝나. G4에서
The
도망치면서
war might have ended for
네
you
전쟁은
when you deserted
끝났을지도 모르겠지.
G-Corps.
우리는
But for the
아직도
rest
전쟁의
of us,
한복판에
we
계속
never
서
left
있다.
the battlefield, even to this day.
이런
As
동지를
much as I'd rather
갖고
not
싶진
relate
않았지만
to you this
나라고
way,
크게
I'm not
다르지도
really
않아.
that different
그렇다면
here.
이해해야지.
Then you
과장.
ought to understand, Manager Gregor.
전쟁터에서
Only one
배신자에게
verdict
내려지는
awaits
결론.
deserters. You say that like it
그럴듯하게
means something,
말하지 마.
but it's against company policy to carry out
복수를
summary
위한
execution
직결 책임은 사칙
execution
위반이야.
for personal revenge, boss man. Funny thing with Yisang and Ideal, you're gonna see these two connected a lot. There's a reason for that. In Korean, Yisang translates to Ideal. Oh, that's interesting. 99% of Yisang's dialogue is that pun. I hate it. Oh, we're back to drawing the line. Cool. I prefer drawing the line anyway.
명령대로 하겠습니다. 순조로운 전략입니다.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
아름답진 않네.
Is that why everybody says like ideal something ideal is a meme? Because this particular character does the ideal thing. Or says ideal all the time.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
He literally just said it. I'm reading it out loud and I can't
좋은 전략입니다.
I can't process it all. There's a lot of dialogue. I'm following the general vibes. I'm a room reader, not a poet.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
좋은
Isn't
전략입니다.
it? It's not ain't it, it's isn't it. Isn't it? Perhaps the time spent off the battlefield has rested the old soldier's prowess. The head manager, who must have defeated countless enemies in his prime, was now facing his own end.
널 존경하는 자들도 있었지.
존경해달라고 부탁한
I never
적은
asked them
없었어.
to.
더 이상은 전진하지
Don't
마라.
proceed any further. Only hell awaits you.
미안하지만 그러기는
Sorry, but I don't
힘들더라.
think I can follow your advice.
성실하게 일하지 않으면
I ought to be a
잘리거든.
go-getter if I don't want to be fired. Have you abandoned
돈을.
your honor for some pittance?
배저녁에 훈장을
Sold it in a
마치
bundle
팔았지.
along with my medal. The landlord was getting
월세를
real
더 주겠어.
impatient about my rent, you see. The head manager smiled bitterly as he expired. Still
너다.
no different from us. In the end, we are
역겨운.
nothing but disgusting pests. He took a few more shallow breaths, then ceased to move. I think they should have done
담배 좀 빌릴 수
something
있니?
twitching like a bug. Hey, mind if I borrow a cig?
이번만이다.
Just this once. Gregor put the borrowed cigarette next to the one he'd already held in his mouth, lit it, then tossed it on the chest of the deceased commander.
미안.
Sorry, didn't want to share mine with that thing. Ryoshu gave a snort for a short while. The smoke from Gregor's cigarette lingered in the air, with prevailing silence. Every series should just have a person with a random southern accent, no pointing it out, they just speak like that. You guys need to point out a character that you want to have a southern accent, and I'll start doing a southern accent too. Fuck it, we'll accent max for all of Limbus Company. It has become significantly more bearable since the tutorials have toned down and we started doing accents. I don't see any signs of those ex-soldiers around here or up ahead. The commander did warn us not to go further. As we proceeded, we discovered bodies that seemed to have been here for quite some time. There are, I mean, L Corp's
전기로
employees.
맞은 흔적이요.
I see.
전원이
Traces of blood
들어가고요.
instruments. All the bodies share them, in fact.
관리
A
기록서.
management report. This document
이건
contains instructions
환상체
for keeping
관리법을
abnormalities in
적어두는
check.
문보통 관리 업무를
But
지정받으면
employees tasked with
지겨울
managing
정도로 안
an
들려서
abnormality
들어가니까
usually memorize the instructions perfectly,
이런 건 필요
down to
없는데.
each minute detail. They wouldn't have needed these, so why?
추측컨대
I dare say none of them had the
환상체가
necessary
탈출했고
information when the abnormality
아무도
escaped.
아직 격리실로 운반하지 않은
If the eggs weren't
날들이었다면
moved into containment yet,
그럴 수도
that could be the
있겠네요.
case. There are way too many
대체
corpses
어떤
here. What
환상체길래
kind of abnormalities
이렇게
could
많은
have
수의
massacred
직원들이.
all these people?
잠깐.
Hang on, what's that smell? You see, our office purchased a rather expensive gear the other
얜
day.
또 뭐라는 거냐?
What's this book all about?
Sources suggest that toxin levels will begin to rise after a certain floor.
나
I've been
아까부터
bleeding
귀에서
from my
피가
ears for a
흐르는데.
while now. Should I be
이거
worried?
괜찮?
No battle is fought without adverse. I was also told that continued exposure may cause bleeding.
정작
How
그렇게
come you're
말하는
okay
본인이
though? This is
예전에
it's the
보급되었던
anti-abnormality gas grenades
환상체
supplied to
제한용 시체들
employees.
사이에서
One must have gone off somewhere along the bodies here. Yes, it seems the toxicity level is pretty high around this area. Hopkins had put on a gas mask before we
뭐야?
noticed.
우린 저런 거
Hey
없어?
now, what about us?
제공되는 보급품은
We were
따로
granted an
없었습니다.
additional supply. We weren't granted any additional supplies. You slippery rat. You about this body scum. What's it what Heathcliff broke mid-sentence and dropped to one knee.
흥분하면 혈류가 더
Finally.
빨라집니다.
Elevated
독이 금방
elevated
퍼진다는
emotional
거죠.
states accelerate blood flow. In other words, the toxin will spread
자리에서
faster.
되도록
Try to remain
날뛰지
calm,
말고
minimize movement, and
최대한
breathe at
천천히
regular
호흡.
intervals.
Hopkins, why didn't you warn me? I've got a question for you too, Yuri. Why would I make our office squander its precious funds on expensive gadgets for a deadweight like you to waste? Let's be real, it's a miracle that you managed to join us in the first place. Aya may have taken a liking to you, enough to give you special treatment, but now that she's dead, who gives a damn? What?
Sneaky boy. Oh, you live with yourself.
Don't be silly. Everything's fair game for a fixer. Hearing that the Red Gaze had company tickled my curiosity, but as it turns out, you were just a ragtag bunch of lunatics who thought it'd be a good idea to waltz right into these death traps without even a bit of research.
Can't believe we've got to let that tosser carry on.
Picking up on the hostility, Hopkins backed off and made a quick dash for the exit. Well, at least I managed to grab an armful of enkephalin thanks to you. I'll write my report that you went missing. Cause of death by asphyxiation is just too embarrassing. Ta-ta! Yuri slumped to the floor, watching blood pour from her nose to her hands. And she wasn't the only one. Radia, Heathcliff, and the other sinners were writhing in pain as blood gushed out of them. Gregor?
유품이나 챙겨주려고 들고
I
왔다.
took this with me so I could have something to remember her by. He was holding the same type of gas mask as the one Hopkins wore. But why? So Miss Aya, she looked after you, huh?
넌
This
챙겨주려고
is as good as
했었다면서.
yours then.
보고도 없이 기어들어.
As for our unprepared band of lunatics, we do have a way out. Don't worry about us. Coughing up blood, Yuri put on the mask. I know he's right. I know it's hard for someone without connections like myself to be appreciated by an office. No matter how many errands I run for them all day, all night. There were only 3 minutes left until the branch was locked down. Initiating site burial. The doors were about to close on me. Energy transfer is 85% complete. Yuri, don't leave me behind. Yuri! So what was I supposed to do? Is it so wrong that I survived? Should I have been buried alive alongside my coworkers? The whole building was being locked down just to keep the abnormalities from getting out. It's thin down here, it is.
그 말은
Does that sting a bit, Gregor? I stood there blankly for a moment, then snapped back and looked over at the sinners. Half of them were already dead on the ground, and Ishmael's head drooped just after she said her last words. A sin. But so what, buddy? You've got to live on like it's nobody's business. Laying guilty on yourself over spilled milk will wear your heart out. Once Gregor drew his last breath, Yuri and I remained the only survivors. Don't worry too much about us. I can take them back and I can take them back there and revive them. I knew all Yuri could hear was the mechanical ticking, but I did my best to communicate my words to her nonetheless. I know. And she did not speak again for a while. After a long stretch of heavy, awkward gloom, the toxic gas finally cleared. Looks like it's okay now. Oh yeah.
도울게요.
I'll give you a hand.
가서
Let's go
빨리
bring your
살리고.
people back to life. With that, Yuri took off her gas mask and calmly carried the sinners on her shoulders, one by one. Unsure of how to respond to the look on her face, I decided to keep quiet. Southern accent Yi sang would be funny. Now that right there, that would be ideal if I say so. One of the tricky bits about doing a southern accent is you gotta have the words, like the little bits of extra words. So blunt for the heads, and these guys are also weak to blunt, if I recall correctly. Yeah, so everybody's taking bonus damage from blunt, but we only have one person who's going to be able to deliver blunt damage. So it's unfortunate, but that is just what it's going to be.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
I am not Southern. I'm just north of the Mason-Dixon line. I was born in Baltimore.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
순조로운 전략입니다.
There we go.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Gun him down.
좋은 전략입니다.
These dungeons are long. This is definitely more bang for your buck than you would get in your average, like, phone game. Were those abnormalities responsible for killing all the employees? I doubt that. If my guess is
전방을
right,
주시하십시오,
please
관리자님.
keep your eyes forward.
아까랑
Executive
똑같은 놈
manager,
하나 더
there's
있습니다.
another one of them. A humanoid being wearing the head of a statue was slumped against the wall.
안녕.
Hi, are you here to draw your lot? Gather all your IDs and give them to me. Then we'll find the winner. Its hand was barely grasping onto the strap of an employee ID card. Alex was written on the name. Was the name written on it? Alex?
제정신이 아닌데.
Go nuts, Hashi.
당첨자 타령은 뭐야?
And what's that babble about winners?
어떤 환상체들은 관리법에 정기적으로
Some
희생물을
abnormalities
정해
had to be
바치라고
placed with
쓰여져
regular
있었죠.
offerings as part of their managerial guidelines.
그쪽으로 가면 안
You
돼.
shouldn't go that way.
그것들이
They will find
그리고
you.
결국
You had to sacrifice people to it,
인신공양에
didn't you?
네가 뽑을
It's your turn to draw. People?
인신 공양을 하지 않으면
What happens if no
어떻게
human
되는
sacrifice is made? The screaming baby, I remember that. Yeah, it was horrible.
그건 몰라요. 관리법은 항상
We never found
철저히
out.
지켜졌었거든요.
We'd never deviated from the
탈출해서
procedures.
닥치는 대로
I guess it
사람을
escaped and
죽이고
started killing
다녔던
people
건가요?
left and right.
그
The
환상처라는
abnormality
놈
must
되게
have been
졸렬한가
one
보네.
spineless bugger. Does
만나면
he thwack
뒤통수를
victims
까고
in the back of
다니나
the
보지.
head?
그게 무슨 말이에요?
The idiot says, as the guy who thwacks people in the back of the head. What do you
단체로
mean?
눈이 삐기라도 했냐?
Did you all get
그건
jabbed in the
사람이
eyes
낸
and what?
상처였어.
Those
서로
fools
한
were
대라도
clearly
더
left by
때리려고
humans. You could
길을
tell
썼더만.
they were beating the shit out of each other.
저 등신들은
Those
지들끼리
stickos
치고받다가
killed each
뒤진
other in
거야.
a fight.
왜 그런 건데요?
But why would they do that?
뻔하지.
As clear as day.
기부가 무너지고
Probably
한동안은
figured out they
어떻게든
could last a
살아남을
bit
거라
even after
생각했을
the
거야.
birds got buried.
꾸준히 사람을
Keep
바치기만
up the stream of
한다면
human sacrifice,
언젠간
nice
구조가
and
될
steady
수도
and
있으리라.
rescue might eventually arrive.
제비 뽑기로 몇 달은
Guess they
버텼겠지.
kept the lot
일단 한
going
번만
for a few
죽으면
months,
잠깐은
buying
버틸 수
themselves
있으니까.
time with each sacrifice.
근데
problem, though.
그걸 희생자가 고지고대로
You think the ones
받아들이겠냐?
who prove so strong will always go
내가
quietly?
죽을 바엔
If they were them,
눈앞에
I'd rather
있는 놈
bash near the
머리통을
box head
터뜨리겠어.
and fucking
그럼 적어도
I fucking hate it.
지금
But
내가 받쳐지는
better than the
일은
me,
없을
ain't that
테니까.
right?
뭐
You should please stop talking.
그렇게
And the
흘러가겠지.
rest of history, I bet.
그러다 마지막으로 살아남아서
And the last survivor put
그들과
on the
같은
stone
속성을
mask
뒤집어
belonging to
쓰고
the statue
인신
heads,
공양을 피할 수 있을 거라고
believing that it'll
생각했군요.
save her from being
그럴 리가 없어요.
sacrificed. That
알렉스는
can't be.
자기가 살려고
Alex isn't
남을
the kind of
죽이는
person
직원이
who just
절대.
kills so she could save her own
그걸 네가
skin.
어떻게 알아?
How do you know that?
저놈이 진짜
You can't
알렉스인지
be sure that's
확실하지도
actually
않지만
Alex at all.
한 가지
Let me give
조언을
you a tip.
해줄까? 그들이
You'll be
직접
much better off
데려오기
going
전에
on your own by
직접
foot
걸어가는
before they
편이
come for you.
훨씬 편.
이만 떠나지.
Let's be on our way. This
곧
person
숨을
will
거둘
perish
거다.
before long. While everyone else moved along, Yuri remained in place and kept on staring at the
네
statue-clad
잘못이
individual.
아니었어.
It wasn't your fault, you know.
알고
It's
있지.
not right.
날 두고 가.
Leave me
Yuri.
behind, Yuri. Please leave me. Time to go. Nameless fetus, you haunt us even 2 games later. They're rummaging through corpses looking for something. Relentless demands for an offering ring in the ears. They look like they might jump us at any second. You see a dying person nearby, gasping for air. Should you offer this person up, or... All allies lose SP, gain an ego gift. Give me that ego gift. I don't know that guy. Satisfied, the clay dolls carry the corpse-to-be off into the distance. Mask of the Devotee. All allies gain +5 defense level. Okay, cool. What? Wow.
흥미로운 일이 벌어지면 좋겠어요.
When confronting abnormalities in focused encounters, you may come across something. Doomsday calendar. That's fun. Doomsday clay doll. Oh, it's only a he. It's just a little baby bitch. Couldn't kill me even if it tried. Blunt. Damage is the damage type. He's a little bitch.
해보기는 할게요.
Just like the
안 되면
Zane.
어쩔 수 없지만요.
We did like no damage to them. Purple is what they're weak to. Purple and yellow.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게
Coughing baby versus coughing baby.
새롭다니까요.
완전한 침묵.
The abnormality looks upset. It seems to want something. But what should we give? Can't we give it one of these Doomsday clay dolls? I'm guessing like if you send somebody in to attack. Let's see. It's using this and this. It's got right arm and left arm, conditions unmet. Live offering. What are the resistances on this thing? Right arm. Yellow and slash.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수 없지만요.
We just need to win our clashes, that's all. We just gotta win. There are many ways to calm one down, but this abnormality seems to like its gifts the most. A fresh batch of blood might be able to appease it. I can't offer a clay doll. I can only offer a sinner? What the fuck you? Why can't I offer a clay doll? I've been beating the shit out of the clay dolls. Alright. It looks like one of the sinners will have to do a clay doll's job. Who will appease the abnormality? With a lust advantage? Who's gonna jork them? Check passed. It appears that Ishmael's blood was fresh enough. Satiated, the abnormality calmed down for a moment. Ishmael loses 20 HP. He gets 3 attack power down. That's nice. Alright, so we're still smashing. We're still doing the slammy smashy.
해보기는 할게요. 안 되면 어쩔 수
Simply
없지만요.
win. That's not how you win. Oh, there you go. You did it in the end. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Did he just get eaten? I guess if you lose that clash, you just get eaten. Nom nom. That was interesting. You didn't kill... Oh, I didn't kill one. I killed 2 of the clay dolls before. Those are the old ones. The blood isn't for... Okay. Well, fuck me, I guess. What do you... what can you do? That's true. That's true. I remember that from all of the managing that I did of them. But they are fickle baby bitches. Annoying as hell to deal with. Belch fire. That looks like it's gonna hurt. The Doomsday Calendar's got face, which takes bonus damage from yellow and blunt. This guy's doing red. He's inflicting burn. And his head takes purple and blunt. Oh, he's just defending.
해보기는 할게요.
The chillest Abno did instantly kill 12 of your employees. That wasn't the chillest Abno, and you know it. He wanted to hug everybody, but he was marking his territory. Serial killer showing up at your house being like, I'd love to, I'm installing new fence posts. I'd love to take a look at your fences and see if I can protect your house or something. You get it.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Ouch. I guess that was a one-sided attack that I didn't defend? Whoopsies. Oh, no, that's right. This person's staggered.
늘 새롭다니까요.
I thought I had turned all the attacks into a clash. To weaken the flame, you'll need cool water. Since we aren't carrying any buckets of water, we should offer up someone cool instead. Offer a clay doll. You gave a living clay doll as tribute. The flame shrunk to a flicker. That's Pog. Frenzy of Doomsday Clock expired, and it loses 100 HP. Love to see it. I mean, this thing's almost cooked. The face has a lot of HP yet, but it's almost cooked.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Beat him off. I was gonna do that. 3 Abnos in your tier can in that tier can instantly kill your employees. You're talking about he? Or are you talking about Zane? You sense a dangerous glow. Universe aflame. 45. Unclashable target allies. Targets allies. So this is a, what is this, a mass attack that's hitting everybody? Basically just like all in on the boss. And kill the boss before he gets the chance to do the thing.
예술이 뭔지 보여주지.
Bam. Knew it. Zane's?
이 층에는 유독 구더기들이 많이 보이네.
I mean, the Welcheers can kill your employees. What else? What else inside that category aside from the Welcheers can kill your Abno or can kill everybody? The floor is crawling with maggots. Can't imagine why. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor. Fairy Festival. Is that Zane? I thought they were Teth. Are they really? The fairies are Zane? I thought they were Teth. Don't touch me is Don't touch me is a joke. And I know Welcheers. Don't touch me doesn't really come up because if you get don't touch me, you just like reset and you don't choose don't touch me. And Fairy Festival, I didn't know that they were Zane. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want to see anything like that ever again. Also, I would say that you have to include in the mass death, you have to include even though it can only happen your first time through, it can only happen the one time, the plague doctor can still kill 12 people and wipe your entire facility out, and it still technically counts as a Zane. Spoilers if you didn't play Lobotomy Corporation, but you're watching this stream anyway. These bugs aren't so bad after the last floor's abnormality. Don't want to see anything like that ever again. Sure, Greg would be glad to hear that. Aren't you, Buggy Buddy? But Gregor wasn't paying any attention to Rhodia. Don't you all hear something? We've been hearing a constant growl. Rhodia, are you really that hungry at a time like this? Hey, don't you know you're supposed to leave that, to let that kind of stuff slide? Come on, girl. No, not that. It's like, for the first time on the expedition, Gregor walked ahead of the group and opened the door next to him as if by some compulsion. Wait, that's a containment unit! It's like that time. No, the door was already open. Gregor gazed blankly into the room, lost in the shower of the outpouring golden light. Gregor! Did we travel back in time? I see an overcast sky. From a distance, screams and roars twine into a warped cacophony. The ear-shattering boom of artillery and war cries suffuse the air with its acrid sting. Isn't it obvious? This is a battlefield. The heart of it. That's the Smoke Wars. Am I dreaming? Is this a nightmare? Why am I back here?
그러니까 왜 전장 한복판에
So
있냔
what the
말이야.
hell are you doing
함정이라도
aboard
빠진
that
거 아니야?
field? Did we trigger a trap or something?
아니요. 길을
No,
잘 찾은
we're on the
곳과
right
멀지 않은
track.
곳에
The
우리가
essence of the
찾던
technology we're looking
기술의
for is
정수가
not far
있어
from here.
황금거지요.
You mean the golden
네.
bow?
Correct.
다들
Do you
이곳이
recognize where
언제인지
this
눈이라는
was?
게 있다면
Anyone with
한눈에
functioning eyes
알아보겠지.
should know at a glance. I actually don't. I confessed straight up. I cannot
관리자님은
possibly blame
모르는 게
you for not
당연합니다.
recognizing this executive manager,
관리자님께서는
as you have
눈이
no
없으시니.
eyes in the conventional
그걸
sense.
변명이라고 하나요?
Sure, whatever you say. Otis cleared her throat as if to mask her embarrassment, then narrowed her gaze at the battlefield.
소속을 과시하는 듯한
Judging from the color wave
형형색색
of
촌스러운 깃발들이
garish
나부끼는 걸
flags
봐서
showing off the factions in
연기
play,
선생이
this is at
발발한 지
least 70
최소
days into the smoke war.
70일입니다, 관리자님.
This concludes briefing manager. That's when someone came up from behind and suddenly tugged at Heathcliff's shirt.
당신들 미쳤어? 어서 대피해.
Are you out of your minds? Take shelter now! You'll age rapidly if exposed to that bomb's blast.
여투소 직원들은
The outpost next to ours turned into a nursing home. They can't even walk without
대체 이
sticks.
자식은 누군데
Who the
아는
hell are you?
척을?
Why do you act like you know us?
그레고로
Oh,
과장님.
Manager Gregor, my
고생
respects,
많으십니다.
sir. As soon as he noticed Gregor, the bandaged man snapped to attention and saluted him.
저를
You.
모르시겠죠? 생체
You wouldn't
관리팀
recognize me, sir.
토마입니다.
I'm Toma from Biometrics Maintenance.
선발 대열에 계신 줄
I thought you were
알았는데
part of the advanced
후방에
party. I
있었을
didn't
줄은
expect to see you
몰랐네요.
here at the rear,
합류를
sir.
해야 하는 거면
Are you on your
제가
way to the front?
도와드릴까요?
I could help
전
you get there
다리
since the
특화형이어서
augmentation on my leg
점프에는
allows me to
잘-
jump.
말만
That sounds gross. Toma cast a curious glance towards
당신
Rhodia.
방금
You,
무슨
what
말을...
did you just...
도마.
Hey, Toma. So you're the assistant
사원님.
manager or regular
네,
staff? Sir,
이등
yes, sir.
사원입니다.
I'm an assistant private, sir.
이쪽은 아직 시술된 지 얼마 안 된 직원이라 정신 착란 부작용이 해결되지 않았어.
G Corp Greg at this point. That's what's up. I've got nobody. I got a fucking Heathcliff thing. Or you see, she's the new hire who had her procedures done not too long ago. She's still dealing with the delirium side effect. You know how it is. I'll give her a good talking
그렇군요.
to. Ah, I see.
아무리 그래도
We must be getting
전시에
desperate sending
준비도
new
안 된
hires out of
직원이-
battle. Yeah, we're sorry for the trouble. I've got to take her somewhere real quick. Gregor practically yanked himself out of the conversation and hurried to Faust. Just what's going on, Faust? These are my memories.
정확히는 자아 심도예요.
We're the fathoms of your ego, to be precise.
당신의 마음속에
An open
나 있는
path into your
하나의
psyche, in other
우리가
words. We have entered
그레고르
your
씨의
heart
마음.
and mind, Gregor.
Jesus Christ. Save team. Are we almost done? Cause I gotta go. Is there a save point? Can I save and leave? Am I trapped in here? Yeah, but I have to go. I'm already over stream. You're saved, you can just leave. Okay, cool. Cause it's like I don't want to lose my progress, but also like I gotta go. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Much love. Genuinely appreciate you guys coming here and suffering through my tutorials. Go to window, don't form it. Or, yeah, to window. Save your progress. Confirm. Okay. Yeah, but really appreciate you guys suffering through the tutorials with me. It's been much more fun since I started fucking around with the accents, and as soon as I started reading her like that, as soon as I started reading Faust like that, I've been having a lot more fun. I'll see you guys later. You have a wonderful rest of your day or nights, wherever you happen to be in the world, and I will see you guys next time, where maybe we'll finally get to stop having things tutorialized to us, and we'll get to play the video game. I'll see you all next time, okay? Toodles!